Yep. All of the checks are clear. Welcome, folks. We'll do this once again. Of course, I wasn't the first in line. In this occasion. Typical order. This time around, the PC2 streams, which roughly a minute before running the official run here. At the Gekito Basis project, which go live first. Shortly thereafter, this does go live. The project starts earnestly. After the intro, usually, the mic is switched on at that instant. Or moments after. There's another switch I done through the rendering resolution. It's 1600 by 900 resolution compared with 1440p as previously. Shortly after I went offline last night to where I was effectively testing XDefiant once again, but running it at 900p. A performance difference through the scalability of the Snowdrop engine. You already have probably seen this and noticed this from more experienced streamers too, so you'd understand the gist. Frame rates really jump higher and more responsive. Yep, and to some degree, the utilization of the NVIDIA G-Sync feature makes it either better or breaks it just a little. Stand by. Water's a little murky. Just for the record, as the person didn't forget of neither the Suika game 1 year anniversary. That was only that happened on the same day, of course. Unofficially released on the 20th of October, 2023. This exact same day Super Mario Bros. Wonder had come out. But on the contrary, it's really difficult to replay the latter. The other, it's as simple as an arcade game, because it was released in a very similar vein to one. VTuber Phenomena. Bring in what you call the product that only originally was for the Japanese market as a small game all the way back. Roughly 2 or so years before the exposure. In effect, pretty similar to Among Us, but it's a pleasure to sit and watch it sometimes. Particularly on Let's Plays or in groups who stream in the same project at the same time. Every once in a while, something dramatic does actually unfold, although that occurs with most games in that aspect. Right. The drill is verbatim to what it was in session 16 of this. Season 2, session 16, or V2, session 16. This is V2, session 17. Configuration is identical to what it was yesterday. We're about to jump in. Still. Few subjects is a little tougher, really, to completely try to crack it open. At the same time, I mean, it's been tougher. I was aware about a range of other debutants only come out only just earlier today. Yeah, it feels each second week or so that there seems to be a new wave, but maybe it's just in my mind. Well, it's never as simple to remember the fundamentals as a streamer from the beginning, but at any rate, we're in anyway. If you don't have about $1,500 to be firing up the streaming equipment, yes, just build it bit by bit by bit. Can't start, of course, with an immense loadout, if you can't afford it. Anyway, moving on. Showtime! You can realize off the bat the frame rate improvement of the reduced resolution. I mean, we've already been aware because, I mean, the many years of playing PC games, the investment on such technologies, you know. But yes, the GPU wars do still go on even now. NVIDIA, which first launched, of course, the very first graphics card, if I remember, was GeForce 256 back in 1999. It's actually been over 25 years ago, just to give context. And obviously GPUs were in its infancy. It was dominated through the 3DFX Voodoo series of graphics cards at the time. No BS, that's serious. Double take! To what's really been, well, an aggressive start on the opposition's end. A small reflection. Missed the game, that's it. Respawning canal. Shouldn't exaggerate. Normally, when beginning in XDefiant, it's usually in one of the SMG loadouts, you know, submachine gun loadouts, as a primary. That or AR. It's a switch up. So in this circumstance, with the sniper as that sniper rifle, the TAC-50, as the main weapon here. Returning back on the subject matter I was only mentioning. Well, ATI actually were around doing graphics cards back in the day. In my memory, I mean, it's before the actual premiere launch of NVIDIA's first series of graphics cards. I mean, I still wouldn't say it's completely monopolized nowadays. But that hype and anticipation to any leaks, even small such leaks, is still relatively critical to the development of the series. I mean, it feels like it's a bit too closed in. When I started the actual stream game, the 10 series was actually fresh. The last mainstream line before, of course, the RTX series. In that sense, was perhaps, you could say, at a transitional period for where there was greater advancements with SLCs and hardware streaming capabilities. The gap, it's about the same as it was. It's roughly 20 points. Still. There's no point then to argue. That the launch of the original GoldenEye 007 back in 1997 impose both in the console and of the mainstream market as well. Even if in many sequences there was a great deal of slowdown when it come out, the Nintendo 64 way back in that time. The memories might be still a little patchy. At that time, that was definitely a revolutionary project from Rare. Which at that time were second party dev for the Nintendo group. But then there was a great deal of, well, other risk-taking actions also of Nintendo at the time, where many of the competitors used CD-ROMs as the medium at the time, where they stuck with cartridges. In a sense, there was a double-edged sword effect on that one. You can't deny. Even through a great deal of other controversies in their history. That and there's others who were pointing out the other bit of hype I remember to the actual technology inside of the N64 system in comparison to the PlayStation system or Sega Saturn, if anyone remembers the Saturn. And a few specific features, of course, it had that the PlayStation, that neither the PlayStation nor the Saturn had. Still, I won't get in depth on it, as you just check your history. Margins expanded to 30 points to the opposing side. It's lacking any balance, but that's expected. Been on these too many, been way too many of, well, just grind hard on matches. A decision then. In other words, Oni was a kid when 12 was only a kid. At the time, the games like Super Mario 64 and I said GoldenEye 007 among a few other games like Mario Kart 64 was a massive hit in its own right as well. Makes some sense in a way, even if it may be paltry by comparison of the more modern, more recent iterations of Mario Kart. Still, while this match comes to an end any moment now, just be aware that maybe it isn't an explicit history lesson I'll be giving, but there's occasions even streamers get bored. Game's over. A margin is 30 points, 100 points to 70 to the other team. Performance in the end, I've never played it. One of the stock standard emotes, that's It's My Duty, 5,800 points. For the MVP by a fair margin against Berserker up here. The names of the players, but when you didn't focus in doing this, don't have grudges, or at least reduce them. I'll be honest, I probably only heard of that Wakame and played I think 4 in one of the matches in one of the previous sessions. These other ones I think are entirely new players I hadn't really seen barely have actually played with. Anyway, Beast will remain affixed to his own game and just to not get coerced. Either way, it didn't exactly start with GoldenEye for me. For 12, the original Doom. I think the very first ever first-person shooter game that he sat and played. The time actually before. Before owning a Nintendo 64, before the parents gave, before the family had given him a Nintendo 64. Addicted to the Nintendo systems at the time. And of the Super Mario Brothers series as well. Then again, very few really had as big an impact in the platformer circuit, of course, as Super Mario Brothers, and the series it expanded to be, still a titan, but it's been much more hit and miss, probably at a greater fluctuation compared to in the past. And still that's the view as I did get. However, I probably may add there's some of these larger companies which are that are more hidden and keeping a lot of other proprietary information to themselves to a degree that feels it's letting the industry down to some extent, but the reduction of more creative sort of ideas and circumstances, the reduction of risk-taking of recent, and the other realization that others have dropped, of course, their fascination as gamers and gave up in general. Just left it, of course, as a subject in the background, which they just do in their leisure instead of to play as well as stream. Outside of this, though, to keep in mind, the after effects in the SARS-CoV-2 crisis way back, the impact, in my honest opinion, it's the severity, the overall impact, I think, in preservation, made larger companies greedier. Gripping players by, where? The crotch area. As well as take their, resources from them. Dirty tactics that scream totalitarianism. At any case, it was interesting then reading of the series drop of no scope here, nothing. The actual population of players in Apex Legends, not the lowest in years apparently, is what I read. It's been around for 5 years. That is trending in the low. the impact of Season 22, it has me then questioning. I mean, Apex Legends 1, that's one of the names which I actually use to call that game known as Apex Legends. I'll be honest. It's very hard to be then focusing. And if it can really rejuvenate itself. This dude's a regular Fortnite player. Yes, for over a year I feel it's become relatively tedious, though there's still some creative sort of other parts about it. That's kept this player going on 6 years after, of course, first jumping in, when the man had previously been a Call of Duty regular. Albeit, this dude won't be boycotting any of the newer iterations. He's recognized back in the end of 2020 how bad Cyberpunk 2077 ultimately was. At least in his opinion. No doubt it was probably a critical sort of title in relation of the transition away from the 8th generation to the 9th generation of consoles. And the evolution of the evolution as well of M2 storage systems and more, you know, of 30 series, which have been hyped up as well. When the friendly opponent next door just went for the murder-them trick. Nothing. I'll just throw a frag grenade this time. I'll still stick with using this weapon until... Yeah, still... could be worse. I mean... well, there's no intention to then rush the art. If, of course, the... afflicted. Sometimes the way you do a few too many rolls on the mouse wheel. Gap's closing. Just once more. It's roughly 7 is but the actual margin. It was outside the possibility that it's my trick. Just maintain at least them plans. Till the end, usually these are the way that I use them. Pistol and toe. No, chance to get it off. That again is closing. I've seen the thread just saw its head peek out. And a little, well, the name tag too. No effect. Conclusion. Yep. Other side. Here it comes now. It's done. Last kill to this player here. MVP of the match. Bankett's the only player with 5,000 plus. We're tight as well in second position. Bit underwhelmed, if I'm gonna be honest though. advice. I can't say it's exactly because it's a real issue. Occasions, yeah, just a range of stories where, as I say, in the case of overreactions and stuff. Still wouldn't forget exactly how to, the things I said before. Exactly the point of what I already said previously. Yeah, no, calibration is still over the same. Yeah, funny at any rate. Can occasionally point to that, I think, specific other updates. It effectively reminds me, too. As much as it's been hard, I can see why there's plenty who still grind on Apex Legends 1, though. I wouldn't exaggerate. It's the similar vein that they would on their own personal favorite game, right? Showtime! In Showtime! Here we go. This map called Showtime. This would be a catchphrase of mine, too. In similar vein as, you know, saying either pushing or charging. Start a battle. Along with the other road lines, sometimes people say. A great tit for tat affair. It's just swings. No scope attempt. Nothing. Low to low. Didn't hit the leg. Incinerator drone there. Yeah, caught in a little area off. Sprint away. Any threats close by? Just right here. Take it from the rear end. Not efficient. Couple more hits. Yep, there we are. And eliminates this opponent there. A few moments, yeah. Make the decision. Same sniper rifle that you have in your hand. That's one bullet eliminates you. Yeah, 3 threats. Yeah, but 2 of them attacked. Leave the... Loadout switch in a moment. Leave this just for a little... just a bit longer now. To the left end. No effect. I need to proceed now. Let's get near the another ally here. Switch the loadout now. Rather one of the Semtex. But yeah, it happened through my grinding in the post session. Well, yeah. Weapon exceeding weapon level 100 for the MP5A2 submachine gun. Weapon, some call it. Part of the SMG class. Some occasions, little bits of advice here and there. Prefer to be the self-improvement kind. improving. There's a great deal I actually had to learn in 2 years as well. In running arena FPS games, no matter what it is. A few other tricks in relation of other technologies too. Well, excuse me, the opposing team first to 50. A gap of 3 or 4. Out of line too. They're still eliminated through incendiary damage. Small feelings that are in the wrist. Out to come. It wouldn't be dishonest, but some of the snapping, it just hasn't exactly worked. It's normally of a slightly higher frequency than this. Still. Another trick which I'll point out momentarily. Semtex deathway. Hasn't been as fortunate in the circumstances of taking names with Semtex grenades this time. It normally is an important little weapon, gadget as they dub it here, but it's usually, other weapon. Attacked from back and front. There. Get that sense, I think it hit the wall. Didn't actually go through the window. Isn't a really good place to throw a grenade, but I actually somehow killed one of them. But that's a small flurry by the opposing team. That importance in swinging this. It could not escape under situation. Very low likelihood of coming back from here. Couldn't use the incinerator drone at the situation. That was about roughly 5 seconds before it could be deployed. So yeah, that attempt to maybe get 3 of them in one couldn't do it because, of course, of the it still was on the cooldown. Couldn't get any worse, could it? It's all over at any rate. Blocker disappears. Curious then, what's actually at the top honor. Didn't actually, wouldn't have really been thinking that there was that big a race, I think, in the end. It's clear cut. No matter. Yeah, since I was taking notes too, certain other, the intentions of the other characters that are debuffing, been buffed, and others that are nerfed, and so on and so forth. Anyway, only recently that I actually done did another session of Off the Grid. Since the last time I ran it, excuse me. What is a PA, the personal assistant. Yeah. He's adding, a voice feature for the personal assistant. Okay? something which was never used before the addition of it. Yeah, well, I'll leave it undisclosed for others who don't know. That other update a little while back, which 12 did actually write, was that he will not get involved doing any more sessions in Fortnite Battle Royale. Firstly, Fortnite Mass event during October. Many developers that would continue to do that. In my honest opinion, that's just a lot of, well, actually, I think all the holidays, much of the actual holidays are just trash. Rubbish. They're just with the, governments which get a massive increase in money and so on. Money makers, you know. Down here. Right, excuse me. I don't think it really is. I've been actually sitting and checking another streamer too. Same game. Whatever the point. Yep. Wouldn't exaggerate to say that it's one of my main games. At least more recently. Yes, and I actually had heard, of course, from one of the senior members in the development group that creates the game. Where, well, they didn't have intentions to close the game at the end of 4 seasons. Look, what happens in the climate, it all depends. But in a sense, that's courageous as well, given that there's quite a small amount of really dedicated players who stick around and run this game. On the other hand, I'm actually a veteran streamer. But I think you're aware of this. But to any of those new kids who don't even know who I am, it's a dude who, way back in October 2015, nearly 9 years to the day, I'll be honest, where the dude actually established his Twitch channel to do streams. At the time, Halo 5 Guardians, Call of Duty Black Ops 3, yes, and an alpha build of Overwatch, the first Overwatch, really were the, hit games at the time. Meaning, well, actually, then, and I mean then, a couple of months later, Rainbow Six Siege first come out. I mean, the final build. There was a beta build, which I happened to have played at that time. But at the same time, I'll just let you on another secret. The dude has had a Ubisoft account since 2011. If I remember, that was actually for Trials Evolution. Couldn't actually play the game without an online account. I don't actually really recall vividly, but it was a waste of time too, given with the PC, which the person had then. Virtually unplayable at that time. Requirements must have been very steep then. So then, that we sit and wait. There's a possibility I may start to vent a bit. Beginning the next match. But I'll explain another important point that's unrelated to gaming. It's actually about what's going on in the Middle East. Because I've been on edge for a really long time on the situations that are occurring specifically specifically over in Lebanon and I think in Yemen as well. Along with other parts of the Middle East. But yeah, to be consumed by too much propaganda is never healthy. Islam has recently been hearing about the death of the leader, of course, of Hamas as well. Don't listen to some of those other fools. I'm a really tough-minded individual. Let's just head off and take a small break. This mic will run on. I'll just turn up the gain on the microphone now. There's still occasions that I run a hot mic and sometimes probably say some relatively useful stuff while I'm still outdoors. Shouldn't forget the election as well. You know, lesser of the two evils. Which would you then decide? Don't live there, but it's a great example too. That we need a tool for censorship and all that stuff. Their mission to maintain, you know, this brutal posture, brutal mentality. Difficult to trust. Harbingers of destruction. Still get there so much what goes on in the Middle East. It isn't a joke. Those parallels, when we were doing the story, to the Gen 3 project back then, that stuff that was going on in the Middle East. So many similarities, it isn't funny. Yeah, it is very easy to really lose your brain on situations to where there's so much relentless slaughter. We're about to jump in the fray once more. Still. Can't even put an EP out. So many creative blocks, right? Just began, by the way. One moment. Just have to add the blocker. Run. Moving out. Rolling. Switch the gain just a little. Right, back in the Mayday map. Bit of damage with that Semtex grenade. Splash damage is the saying that normally is dubbed here. It's a term maybe you people may need to get familiar with. If you don't know why, it sometimes has been easy for opponents to be killing the others. It's due to sometimes you say they soften the blow using Semtex grenade or frag grenade or some other explosive. A term, specifically the term splash damage, usually in shooter games, that normally corresponds with, say, the fallout at various proximities. That determine of the damage, amount of damage that the player would get, depending on the actual proximity of where the grenade blew up. Relatively important trick. It isn't something everybody uses either, I can assure you. Strategic use of some of those explosives can sometimes, actually have greater advantages in very specific situations. No matter. He's surrounded of a range of these militaries without any mercy. It's I say before, if you can't exactly hack it or take it in the vein of being able to actually acknowledge with some degree of confidence, it's actually difficult then to take it. Easier, in fact, on desensitizing the mind without a complete awareness of the real world consequences. It actually is easy to, be addicted to war games and a lot of virtual games and not explicitly determine of the differences to what happens virtually and what happens in reality. But even so, the person was relatively cold-minded when he grew up. Had quite a demented, well, maybe not demented, but it's a very cold mental personality. Where perhaps he may lack showing actual empathy towards, well, rather extreme events, but at the same time, in war, sometimes you have to be cold to survive in the environments you live. A bit like when Solid Snake did in the first Metal Gear Solid game. Not a direct rip-off of it. Semtex kill. Just there. It's reality, though. There are many ways where you need to actually be both cold as well as reasonable, but you can't be reasonable in every situation. And at the same time, too, You need to pick your time to jump instead of just go and jump at every... Well, in every hint, you may say. Many of the hints are actual false alarms, but if something that makes a lot of noise and or a great impact, that normally is it. Sometimes, though, given the similarities of its properties, sometimes others do use decoys and fooling them. Sixth senses begin to come into play on that, in that sense. If compared with range of the adventures I ran through, as seeing the gap of margin now 15 points in the opposing team's favor. It's a mentality, you know. Others, they only can really do it only for short intervals. You know, I honestly cannot really put in a full session of commentary exactly how uneasy I've been feeling of the multi-layered events that unfolded in the Middle East. Although I try, I wouldn't exaggerate. Many of these militaries are simply committing genocide against their own people. Even, of course, if that they've had an intention of with doing setting all these operations up and trying to just take a small handful of enemies down. HVTs and all that. And some important politicians, apparently important, which as just as critical in protecting against, you know, great hostility too. Complex art. It doesn't actually mean that those few stories paint the biggest picture. A few truths cover so many other stories up. Some content indeed is classified material. Another new little hand. Give it a break! That doesn't mean, that stuff isn't the main source of all my rage. At the same time, I also think the actual subject nothing different really on the war on terror, but I am honest opinion feel this particular battle, this particular war up there actually is worse. At least where I live anyway. Do not get me started in all the other stuff going on the United States presidential election either. Dilly calf! Maybe in the tone of my voice, you may think so. I can't say I was too bored with it. I mean, I knew I sort of was just drifting on that match. For me, the most exciting battles obviously is when they're really tight. It's not that much different from when I watch sports. Thus, just those two matches two games of in the event, one of the finals games in Major League Baseball, which was between, I think, New York Yankees and the Cleveland Guardians, I think. This actually in progress in Game 5 to, I think it's equivalent to the semifinal. At the moment, in the bottom of the 8th, is in the bottom of the 8th, currently, the Cleveland team batting, well, one batter's out, and it's currently 2 runs each. If I did, I would prefer to stick with Asian service than this one. Still, that's maybe my opinion. I have concerns, though, that there's always that outside chance that the player dropout could be quite large sometimes. I've dealt with this ever since first playing XDefiant, so... As I said, I'm used to this now, but others wouldn't exactly be very patient. The intentions go for roughly 6, maybe even 7 hours. Indeed. Well, another deep sleep. Woke up roughly 6:15 a.m. local, at 7:15 for the Japanese and South Korean, keep saying that, the Japanese and the Korean viewers. At the first actual point, because I don't live in that part of the world, don't live too far away though, but in relation to geographical location. First round Suiga game. It came out in every other part of the world. Exactly 366 days ago today. Exactly 366 days ago today. It's nearly full. Anyway. There was still sufficient amount of others, in Australia and other regions. A few of these I actually have noticed the other streamer. Other players, I mean. The other primary difference when it comes, of course. Excuse me. It's relatively haunting at one level. Isn't actually that many that choose to stream the game in with Japanese with Japanese text and such lines. Yes, just wait just that a little longer. another 30 before it begins earnestly. Same TAC-50 sniper. Loadout. This one I'll stick with. Set shortly. You're pushing! Might be wise this time just not to push too hard. Hey, no, let's make the sudden switch, use a different loadout. Still, in relation, in the way that I do things, it's not of the same as many. I don't really care if you would approve or disapprove. Strange, I mean, many in this, all these other circles would rather stay and try to improve their rank in Valorant. or yeah, maybe Call of Duty multiplayer. It's very tough sometimes to revisit some of these, well, to be revisiting some franchises you used to like a lot when you used to play them. Idle player. Just eliminates the idle player then. Idle state, okay? Spelled I-D-L-E to the others. Keep thinking I used another saying, but no. There are players that can remain stationary. A term I typically would, as you just heard there. Drone there. Missed. One enemy with a triple take. Things will start to ramp up. More aggressive approach. That's where I'll be going from here on in. Double take. Separate. Frag is another saying that there's occasions I use as well. Doesn't matter if it's in Quake 3 Arena or one of those other games. Another frag then, or another take then. Double, perhaps triple attempt. Would say said lines like that sometimes in doing commentary for either Valorant or Counter-Strike 2. Excuse me. Clutch plays is more or less what I mean. There's a bit of a drag in relation of the margin. The moment is near. Alright, push. Just slowly. Don't go too, move cautiously. Do the same this time. Yeah, it's just those little conditions can... But, even on simple modes such as the TDM. It's still important for being familiar. Well... how quickly you sometimes just get through this. But, well, what specific techniques would you then want to utilize then? Small things, but they're probably not to really seem a big deal really to, say, inexperienced and, well, more casual players that don't really know nuances as the, well, you know, more hardened and longer serving soldiers have been, cyber soldiers have been around. Yeah, prepared as well with moments where there will be these sort of moments that you can notice. Occasions, either keep moving or camp. When the moments like those excuse me. Wouldn't say that's the most one of the more common tactics I normally use in battle royale style games, but just thinking in the range of the cases where the enemies then can potentially lay or maybe potentially could be. And through which methods, in many ways, you need to guess it. Sure, you probably may assume many just are reckless and just sprint. I mean, more specifically, just don't be predictable. It's more or less what I mean, but there's some points doing so where there are more opportunities. That doesn't always apply. I say it again. Well, unless that you're confident of your own ability, it isn't always a good idea, really, to strategizing the same such plays again and again. One last chance up there. Perhaps steal this. I don't really think it'll happen though. It didn't. A 3-point defeat. It's most distinct. A case where that's most explicitly noted if you play a lot of tactical shooters. To some extent, I may add a lack of flexibility. That's a real issue. I mean, was pointing out that I was familiar with the range of what they call the rookie's mistakes and so on and so forth, but we all do them. There's no point I'll be dishonest on this. few still. Wouldn't really know, really. No matter what others would in this state. For now, I'll now just focus. The way this game will finish off, in the baseball here. Major League Baseball game. Well, in the case, it's Yankees are batting. Where there's 2 outs, there's a man in first base, and it's the first pitch is now coming through. It's player. Yeah, for just the moments to pass time. That's normally what I actually do commentary. I've learned a fair lot, too. Yes, explains then another... Israel's military does another attack at Beirut. It says so on the screen. Anyway. No, that third battle was out. So that's with Yankees' final inning finished. It just leaves now Cleveland's inning. This really is do or die for Cleveland. They don't run, then they probably still are not a chance to probably play on the final event. I say it's given New York Yankees, they're 3-1 up in the current circumstances. Final inning in regulation now for the Cleveland team. The battle will be up momentarily. Figure, will this then be the point where this roller coaster ride will continue on, or will they be deadlocked at the end of 9 inning and then they'll be playing extra inning? Still remains to be seen at the moment. We're in, at any case, that Far Cry New Dawn map. No matter what others say, I mean, it's about very similar skill levels, really, across the board. Outside of, say, many of the ones who recently only jumped in the foray. Now, perhaps you could Start with the DMR loadout. Let me do that actually. Still keep on track about where this then will continue on. It's all set. Let's get moving. I don't actually have anything else to add. Nearly doing the impossible then. Did take one out. Spawned back. Yep, no. Anything goes now. A little bit too much on my right end. Sure. For now, there will never be any sort of shift in resolution. Don't just simply do this, just simply with the high fidelity. And high resolution. That. Double take then. Potential triple. It's an assist. Anyway. Then, well, he's running this, but at the same time, this is just still checking up on the outcome. What's up? Strike 2. And 2 fouls. 0 balls, 2 strikes. At the moment. Ball 1, very low. Tossed in. With a change-up pitch. Says so. Just have a concern that it may eventually... probably might become quite an uncomfortable experience. Well, if I could, I probably would have wanted just to quit this and start and just return back onto the lobby. I'm starting to feel like I want to do that, if I'll be honest. Once in a while, I actually do that. Now I'll just have to keep on fighting. You know, don't really often do this map either. It's already clear well. Higher latency reading. Still. I mean, I wouldn't really care less. I mean, sure, I'm more of a middle level sort of FPS player. Yeah, but there's many experiences which are really difficult to be then ignoring. Semtex! Nothing. Moving on. Turn around. So I have to just glimpse around. If there's any hint of any enemies, you just take it. But yeah, it isn't exactly as simple. So a lot of a lot of cat and mouse style strategies can be used, either as being the player doing it or the enemy does it. In battles, that's just well, they expect it. On occasions, players can sometimes get away with a barrage of bullets. It's maybe a bit of a slow maneuver and such. The second batter had been up. The next pitch was... It's a foul, so that's strike 2. Straight into the body! I think. Someone else to survive! It isn't very often to see that. Can't exaggerate. Convinced one of them would be killed by that grenade or by gunfire, but it didn't happen. Occasionally it can get very frustrating when it happens again and again and again. Yeah, a bit easier than I expected that take. Proceed. Take that enemy out. Stood to continue to be punished through, damage through that incinerated drone. Rare instances where that actually does happen. At least in my time that I've played this. Another syntax right there. Push. Use the posture. This way. He wasn't confident enough, hence, would take the threat out of using hip fire. In other ways, yes, a few times you'd probably be saying that he's confident enough to take him out with hip fire. Again comes back down to the proximity. This again comes back to proximity. In how close the opponent is. At that moment, in the circumstances. Some is instinctive. There's cases where you just have to take the extra effort in trying to take an opponent down. It's over that inning. Meaning, it's still 2-all. Extra innings time shortly. Third out. It's what I meant earlier, as I said, a bit of extra effort to take an opponent with you. If they may have your number, you do all you can to try to take your opponent with you, too. Sometimes it's easier to say than do. And can be as easy to get frustrated in the exact moments. This isn't something to really, be too angry about. Let's be truthful. Very specific moments would actually get me a little aggravated. If I'll be if I want to be honest here. 22, no, that's now 23 points now, the current margin in the opposition's favor. Yeah. Maybe they have a bit of regret to not quit when it was still in the early phase. Just made the decision just to keep it rolling. And that doesn't mean I'd have a problem. I mean, there's great, I guess, sort of variation to this particular map. But, a map full? I mean, even, it's pretty tough to find really rather iconic original maps, which weren't just remakes of some, from some older maps in previous iterations of, for example, the Call of Duty series, or the Battlefield series, or whatever. Super Smash Brothers series is another, where occasionally some of the original maps were great, and depending really on the interpretation the person thinks, either whether remade map, this emote once again, a joke. It's crushed everyone else. Better than I would assume here. A better result than probably even that player may have expected. That extra advantage too with and true weaponry. As well as to be really, which would be the correct term? To being in this, in a rather rare zone. You feel you're practically unstoppable, or at least nearly impossible to, counterattack back, right? Just a few minutes ago, roughly 2 minutes, maybe over 2 minutes ago, is in the first inning of extra inning started. Yeah, but just repeat, Yankees team bat first, then Cleveland. Guardians. It's ball one. It's 1 ball, 1 strike at the moment. It's 1 out. 1 batter out earlier. It's utmost meaning, just like it's been for the last 2 games. High stakes games. Really. So another one's about to finish in their match, so many should carry over, I assume, one into another, shortly. That's, I think, ball 2. Well, strike 2, either from strike 2 or foul. Then next ball is a ball, so that's 2 balls, 2 strikes at that point. Another ball, ugly one, nearly hits the legs of the batter. Keep sipping. Then we're saying full count, and I think it was ball 4, so that batter has walked to first base. It still reads 1 out. And for the record, I'm actually checking through the actual website and not through watching a live stream of live broadcast of that MLB game. No, I wasn't. Only just seeing the scores, and at the same time, with how PC intensive streaming actually is, look, I would get away with doing it as I'm streaming at 1440p instead of at 1440p 60 instead of at full HD 4K 60 or 2160p 60. You can't really get away with much. I'll reset then. Fine, I'll have to wait it out. I don't have any other choice. I'm still some level of excitement with this match. This baseball game. It's what I'd rather watch. Would rather check more on. More than for example, the Formula 1 or darts or whatever. Right now, I'm actually just trying to take a look at, there actually have been recent events of darts from, PTC. Only place where I really can get any updates really in the, against, professional darts players. And There aren't very many other places, but there does exist other places for such. Just sort of, for now, it's been a range of smaller such, well, it's yeah. Let's say it's like a smaller tournament. Czech Darts Open. Czech Republic. There's actually nothing on, I think, for at least a fortnight. I'm just checking on in the tournament calendar now while this other battle's up. I think there's another one walked or it's a single. To the next batter where now its first and second base is filled, and as the next bat had been up a little while, and the first two pitches were both strikes, so it's 0 balls, 2 strikes at the moment. I'm still awaiting. But you know, I actually wasn't really correct. No, in its, well, reading on the schedule. The upcoming, well, the next event in Germany, up in Dortmund. The Machine Seeker European Championship, that's the next darts event, that starts on Thursday and ends on Sunday. Two weeks after, where would be the Mr. Vegas Grand Slam of Darts from the 9th to the 17th of November. It's up in Wolverhampton, and somewhere in England. We're in. Had to close up that tab, but those are the events I happen to be quite a fan of. Experiencing darts. It's actually a tough art to really get right. That and, well, 12 tells me that, well, he's heard from his family that his grandfather actually was a great darts player, but he wasn't exactly a master at it, but really skilled in the local area anyway. As well as being well respected. Even though I never lived too long. I will leave it at that. Another Asian server. And yes, another of those streamers went offline just now. Speaking of who's really here on that. Still streaming. It's just not 3 now, so. Well, I'll maintain to stay committed. Won't take as many longer actual breaks this time. I feel some degree of comfort. Just to run in. There's 2 names that I noticed from observing another streamer that also happened to have been running, well, what he actually earlier today who had a match up in this Showtime map. Just repeating, you still need to recognize, but you still need to focus just to do your own game, and that isn't always as straightforward. Actually, it's actually relatively tough, particularly younger. Worse as well if you're not as familiar with arena FPS shooters or arena shooters in general. Probably tight though, that's at least one positive on this at the moment. You never know if it could just start to drift one way or the other. Though at least I feel I'm actually involved in it. Bound kill. Probably will be moments where there'll be silence, so stay focused in that baseball match. That's where my other focus is, along with a few other streams that I'm mute watching and is watching concurrently as well. Just another ally there. It's a bit of uncertainty which would be the better place to just push. Bit of indecision. Sometimes you're in that situation every once in a while where isn't what way you pick. It's not always simple. Sometimes you just rely on your instinct. Then take the circumstances as they do. You sometimes win, but there's occasions that you're repeatedly is punished no matter where you run. The small surge, I'd only say. Yep. Nearly 10 points is the current margin. Just keep close to the nearby teammates. It's risky just to reload in the situation. Pedal back. Switch positions. Yep, one enemy nearby. Elimination via incendiary bullet damage. Just keep with the same loadout. Long range for Semtex grenade throw, yeah, nothing. No result, I mean. It's 10 points with the margin expanding a bit. A stalemate in a way. It's never really expanding much. Yeah. Just an outside chance. One of the members in the opposition just might have a secret weapon. Bit of a flurry that may unfold. It's more swinging back and forth. Battle's nearly over. I'm still just contribute as well. I at least do, at least. It's out of ammunition. I mean, yeah, it isn't an extended magazine, but still. Priority with this weapon, obviously. Maximum stability. Minimal recoil. It's over in any case. It's blown a little more than I was ready for, to be honest. At the tail end of the Yankees inning, I think was it 3-run home run? I was about to just take a check. 5 runs to 2 where they are at the moment. Yes. It was indeed a 3-run home run. That was the only reason why it's turned, excuse me. It was 5-2 just suddenly. That and shortly thereafter then was the third out and then the start of, well, in the Guardians' extra inning. If they're either equal or better, New York's result, yep, then just roll on. If not, in this instance, then this well, both the game and with the final result, potentially, yes. Well, yeah, it will be done, and where the Yankees would advance, the New York Yankees. That, well, places them off. Yeah, nothing. In the battle between the Dodgers and the Mets is still yet to be determined. The way I remember, this Mets, I think, is ahead. I'll check again. Excuse me, no, the Los Angeles Dodgers are, in fact. Well, in the series, they're 3-2. So now, as it's different from the way that we usually term the finals, right? Isn't as familiar with the sayings. It's equivalent to say the preliminary final in our neck of the woods, anyway. He still is waiting to find of any other players who come in. You can't actually just force it. But as I've only discerned here, there's one that's called at one end the American League, and on the other end the National League. In this, I think it's at the American League Championship Series series here. With the other that's in the National League Series. National League Championship Series, I mean. It still isn't exactly over as yet. The likelihood, though, that it's still very low probability where the comeback at this position is even going to unfold. I'll be honest, I just can't see it happen. I just feel that puts New York Yankees with the series win, where they get the first play, be in the first of the two teams to play in the MLB World Championship Series. That's the way I think I read correctly. Preliminary final, which would be normally the way that, as I say, in other parts of the world would say it. Well, in the situation, it's now, it's the third batter is up for Cleveland. It's one out, as well as one of the batters that's, and then we'll technically say runner, in first base, and a runner now is there. Strikeout, I think. That or caught, in that sense. No, that's a catch, so then it's 2 outs. Just get the assumption that that is that. So which is the map that we're gonna jump into? Stand by. I don't think It's yeah. Well, it reads it's air and space, but I don't think it is. Well, most of the time it isn't, but they say on the screen anyway. We're wearing at, this one again, huh? Many of these, well, there's many that are, which were there in the previous game. Funny, so there's another match also taking place in the same map, but that's only about to begin shortly. Right, it's actually two of these matches are happening on the same map. Let me show you that, because like I said before, I'm watching seeing two others, besides myself, I mean there's two others who are also streaming live as well. That's why I'm getting catch up, but what I try and do normally is just prioritize and just think about my own games. There's reasons for this. But there's others who get trapped and they sometimes have to just leak. Either way, you're not always in a very easy place. Is one that stays away in what you call the split screen method, or stream sniping method, and just focus instead in what's in my own screen and nothing else. And that's how it is. But then, even if maybe the servers are paltry, let me be honest, there aren't that many of these type of games which maintain that sort of addiction, or at least to me anyway. At the same time, it does then get me questioning if there really is an intention to continue to play those Call of Duty games. I was one that just had recognized that all the changes of the recent iterations, in my honest opinion, I wouldn't lie. There's just way too many of these other changes are the combination of making the experience more realistically looking and feeling. In contrast, yes, in what was a bit more arcadey in the other Call of Duty projects. Yeah. As I already said previously, the subject matter of the modern, or I say the more recent iterations of Call of Duty, it's really complicated, I feel. But this does definitely hit it back for me personally. Still a big fan playing the Call of Duty Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3 multiplayer modes, even though it's only against bots now because it's practically dead, the servers over in those other games. Still, the reason I continue to survive on running these type of games because I don't think there are too many which would decide to just stick with it. It's mostly a tit for tat. The last out. Team Cleveland, no runs then, so that then means the victory, for 5-run to 2-run victory to New York Yankees, where with that 4th win in the belt in the series, in the World Championship Series, I think that they call it, they're in their place. But then now, tomorrow morning our time, roughly 8 a.m. or around 8:30 a.m. 9 o'clock, 9:30. Up in Japan and Korea and so on. That time zone of UTC plus 8 is the one that I use. The Japanese and some other parts of the world would use plus 9. Same time zone as the Chinese over here. Enough of that, though. I mean, just returning just to concentrate in it. The action. Action in here. margin now 3 at the moment. They're barrage too. Just not from the opponent. I mean, it's a fair chain too. Still, it's very tight, right? In about a 1 kill or 2 kill sort of margin. It's locked back to 65 points all now. Still swinging here and there. Opposing team in front at the moment. Unable to get the second kill. Small, yeah. Yep, small moments, which, yeah, we already know what the contributing factors are. Potentially one that may have just come away. Enemy up in this area. Still alive. Place Semtex over there. A little bit too much to my left. Look out! That was a close call. Survived that. Yeah, running rogue once again, huh? I mean, isn't actually any nearby teammates. They remain relatively close next to 1 or 2 of them. I wouldn't want to follow them to the T. Right, split. Alternate strategies. Yeah, nothing. What was it? I think the system. Does it count? It looks like it counts. But no, it comes to the last. I was about to say, but just while running was just taken. Just then, respawn again and be the sufficient waiting. He just stood. Didn't move away, but I think it's not the same in a sense. He's still swinging. This, I think, is still 50-50 call, I think. See that? Last push. In any case, I can't die yet. In this game. One last push! Where it's at? Where is it? Where is it? It's over on one of them, man. The last kill, it can be a bit high. The pressure can sometimes get a little overwhelming. Victory only by 2. As I just did make the call at that point. Was, you know. Since, yeah, was that even, really? It was, yeah, a case where in the final kill or final 2 kills where that could be determined. So then, it's a long way away from me ending. I mean, it's about... it's close to 2 hours since I've made the decision to run this. For the record, I mean, yes, and I do say it in terms of timings. It's 1 hour and 57 that I've been up, at least here on the Gekido Basis project channel. I repeat, where those other streams on the PC2 stream as part of the Hour and a Life 12 Multimedia Project streams. Simulcast. This is often is simulcasting. At both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Anyway, it's not via with membership via Streamlabs Ultra, by the way. It's a separate method. Anyway, suddenly a bit quieter, huh? But yeah, as before, just lay back and wait a little. There just aren't very many active. Yeah, in some ways I might be saying the same line again and again, but you have to just deal with that. The crazier things have happened, right? And that other one had actually just a little while ago went off, so there's only just two of, well, I'm saying again on the Japanese stream, there's only two of us up. But then the other one regularly is actually running R6 Siege, so happened to actually be the only other one who's actually in there streaming this game, while those other two went offline a little earlier, so that's how it is. But yeah, as before, I'm just gonna stay just true to what I say, and it's just how it is. Something I'll continue to just keep on track with. I was just checking on my own screen at the time. Yeah, so we're in, hang on. In Clubhouse, I think. Yeah. Just prepare. Headphones are still off. Right, push! Let's go. Slightly quicker in the load up. Occasionally, though, at closer range, of course, shotguns do greater damage. In 5 bullets in a, well, about 5 bullets in a submachine gun, anyway. Well, many types. A few routine sort of moves down here. Yeah, sometimes you don't give up on the fight, so you push a bit harder than usual sometimes. Even then, it's not always guaranteed. You either get or you don't get the kill. Advantage. But no, just to repeat once more in relation of, well, the results just in that MLB match of the other series that just came and went. Where with that win from the New York Yankees team, it's done, that series. It's a 4-1, 4-4-2-1 result. The way that I just seen it then, Moves now, as I said, in the World Championship Series next. Outside of this, another, well, I say again, tomorrow morning up here, as it's in the late hours of the night up in USA, so for Saturday night, up here Monday morning, roughly and around 8:30 a.m. up here, let's see, in this time zone at 8:30. Same loadout. Stay with us for a little longer. Semtex did collect one. Feels another's close by. I could just sense something. Still, without hearing, I mean, just feel it. Slow with retreating. Took one! Thumbs up. Out of there. Missed? Just up there assuming that I actually stuck into the opponent's clothing, but it didn't. Push, keep pushing. In the losing battle, yes, I know that, but whatever the point, I'll just continue to push and try to rank a higher score. Approaching nearby ally, I think. Great deal of speeding around. Right, try to follow up the nearby ally. I'll do that. I feel like they're just sort of defensive up there. I'll just guess that that's where it's at. Right, I'll press. I won't rush. I don't think I would rush in this situation. Roughly 60 seconds of no threat begins to stick at it, you know? Yeah, that was nearly there. Couple of hits that are just a bit too astray. So we'll run for some time anyway. Well, the other stream is gonna go offline. Either way, no matter what unfolds, I'm just gonna stay for as long as I humanly can. Poison. The other, well, the alter ego of this host, as I think we call it, run. Half chance, I feel. Right down there. Yeah, it's no good. It's all over. It didn't matter how hard I pushed. Still wouldn't matter much. As a circumstance of that, it then means I'm the only individual that I can actually see in my list here streaming. Right, but look, I'll still give it a show. I don't think I'll be drifting away for a while. I won't walk away yet. But I do know the bladder in the host here is close to filled up. Sure. Just check for other matters now. I can just check what's up. Right. So outside it's relatively quieter than I was prepared for. Sure, I'll just let the subject matter just leave it. Procedure may take a while. Yeah. Never mind, I'll continue grinding for 2 at least. commit a bit of extra time to another game. The reason I was laid to wait. I'll take that type of road. You can't really deny that the participation is reduced a fair bit. Uneasy feelings about the previous nightmares of last season. But I've been hearing that it's pretty serious. And possibly also some critical tie-ins too. Maybe the subsequent events in Fortnite's Battle Royale. And of the actual sort of system in itself. But even with the industry, it isn't just fragmented. The overall after effects, I think, of SARS-CoV-2 and the crisis, and that crisis, you know, that virus and so on. And no matter where any individual really lives, the effects will just really deep, affecting their lives to an extent. This lobby's filled up. It's time to just take a seat, I think. Anyway. Return in a moment. Keep it to the phones now. Now. Also, return to show. It does work, I think. Well, still even after all this years, still don't monetize. Still don't give them, I don't do this for profit. Never monetize my projects. I actually guess the music industry, the music stuff. Yes, Warren wants more. Showtime map? Alright. Parameter set. Moving in about 3 seconds. Was inaccurate. It was roughly 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Another side bit. Predictions half an hour. Let's get in place. Took a while. I'm out here now. Luxury too, yeah. in and out of the doors. Move out! Stuck into the clothing of the opponent. Even if it's a cat suit, yes, I know. That is still technically can stick. Yeah, no, I don't... It's similar. It isn't, actually. It's sort of... No, it's clearly no business suit. It's more than what people say. Little else is happening. Continue just to grind in. Get off it. Nothing. Still picking me off. Is there? Seven. Yep. Just stay near, this time, yeah. Remain, well, a bit closer to the allies this time. Even at the previous 2 minutes. Small sort of chain of kills from the opposing team. Does close the gap a bit. Chance might steal or could slowly pick this up. loadouts. This hasn't been the most fortunate sit. Yeah, probably some small nuances in this, and that the latency too is a bit higher than is normally the case. Come closer! Effectively is about the, well, worst case scenario. They're now in front. It is indeed the worst. Well, maybe in my head the worst case scenario. Points where I felt like we were about to win the battle, and just out of the blue in a way. But the members made a surge. Then, the entire team were nearly unstoppable. That's precisely what unfolded. Roughly between 60 to 90 seconds before that, I wasn't really even able to even really clip him too much. Right. Continue with this waiting game. Yes, anyway. Just lay and keep waiting, now. Just, stay around, anyway. Out of the other things that have unfolded recently, I mean... Just keep seated and... Perhaps explain a couple of lessons I could teach you... teach anyone who, checks this stuff. In the past, all the way back in the late 2000s and early 2010s, Two of the premier shooter games at the time, of course, was the Call of Duty series and the Battlefield series. And then some of the similarities between the products were that similar, I can assure you. It felt like there really was some rivalry that was even harder than what maybe some people may think. In my honest opinion, the connections between the PC industry and the console industry were nearly at level pegging. It was still sometimes very hostile, at the point it may be even more than usual. This dude stayed and is still staying, even if it doesn't like it much nowadays, with the Call of Duty series, which at the start had been modified from id Tech 3 or the Quake 3 Arena engine. And the other was its own proprietary engine. It still runs most of the current games now. Frostbite. That's the name of the engine. I've been around. Not as long, not as long, but been a tried and true engine, apparently. Much like CryEngine. Probably many of you might have heard of EA Sports FC, formerly known as FIFA. The way I read it, it is, well, previously I think it had used proprietary engines which were not of the, Frostbite engine. It was a separate engine. I think it was developed in-house, I think. Do I recall reading it? In the mid to late 2010s, where it switched from whatever the in-house engine was then to Frostbite 3. To some extent, I may add, I have a bit of a familiarity to this engine, even though I've never actually played the Division in my career. So, RPG-esque elements. One of the biggest turn-off points for me to play in that game. It makes sense. It still probably has a very strong cult following, but I couldn't get to it at all. As much as sort of dystopian storyline had a great promise, I felt. Some great promises and sort of the direction probably felt like I could have supported it. It's a range of the elements which, in my view, was the core factors of why I just never could continue on really following it. Used to play a beta test of the Division when you could all play it for free. Oh, wait, was it that or the second? The Division come out first around 2013, I think, and no, it would have been the test for The Division 2 for the launch. Sometime before it came out. Quiet, well, at least in little areas. These do remain in the pocket. Doesn't feel like the right loadout either. I'll stay with just this the sniper rifle loadout, or this weapon loadout for a little while. I just, at least in my head, it doesn't feel right. It does not feel like the right loadout. now time, I'll just do the switch. Load out 3. No mention really of how tight the current score is. Maintain a pull. This more a bit more effective. Had that Semtex grenade ready when this was all when the clip was all used up. Now, two positions. Nothing over there. Yeah, enemies may linger around here. It's empty. Keep moving. Pedal back. Thus, well, in this stream, you're unable to see. A few blips, specific points. Didn't see that either. Didn't matter which way I was looking. Half chance in there. You swing there and there. Bit drier than normal. Back it! Around, about to say. Another one was on the run there. Strike! And use its firebomb as well. And isn't... Well, it's rather complicated, the exchange of battles here. Enough, it matters where I run. I'm not sure if I'm gonna survive it. Do it. Allies there, I think eliminates one of them. A bit confused too. Took one with double. Yeah, just a little desperate, I know. Back it. Stunning, I guess, though. It's in the verge of... yeah. Smack! Sure, much of the time I was in the background. Yes, it makes sense, but... Oh, yes, well, the choice then was I didn't really want to go very aggressive. Actually, there were a few concerns, yes. If that method in there would have been likely, I would have eventually took it out. Well, we can argue this all we want to, though. Certain other issues on the motherboard or whatever. For the record here, it's warmer inside than actually it was earlier. But I'm still confused exactly how in the circumstances that it just come around. Still wouldn't stop watching, no matter what anyone else says. Okay then. Yeah, still won't stop. Sure. Maybe it is crazy, but look, it's probably because there aren't very many other games I would want to just sit down and run at the moment. Well, a few of what you call status access violation issues that it said on a couple of the sources which I was watching at the same time. Be starting shortly. There's a potential sort of drop in the sort of commentary quality. And a range of sort of pauses and so on. Being focused occasionally means sticks in the game a bit more like how some normal players would. Either way, look, it's sometimes better, sometimes put some lessons here and there, but it doesn't always mean it works. Maintaining type of fortitude in one way isn't exactly very easy either to take. are there? Switch up. Strike! Do it again, right there. Right. Another ally room though, that place. Sure. For now, I don't actually have much to actually technically say at this point. Stiffness is beginning to taking root. Or in other words, the arms are increasingly more stressed. And low maneuverability. The actual keyboard just between the legs. On the table. Since I normally use two keyboards in these situations. Just want to say it, I just only check the gain here. Where the current score 60 points to 34 on the other side. In the other team. When it's done, yes, I'll be taking another break. Did then exaggerate. In some of these circumstances, it just simply isn't much to say. Just do your own thing. It's... Yes. That's less. Is it? Okay then. Turn. Which is DMR loadout. You know, SVD, that rifle. Torture. One of these kinds of... moments must just continue this drag and endure that. Little to nothing else outside of, as I say, that focus. Keep trying to play on, the way you would, but occasions though, with the bad balance. As there are sides who are just much sharper and virtually impossible to stop them. Target's close, but I'm one. Done? Yeah, won't say anything else. Seriously. Where was the pleasure? Involved in it. It's already one who already moved away. It's right now, been taking a break from the rigors. But yeah, it's quite a whimper to conclude that such event. Stupid, I know, but there's occasions, yes, you don't have any choice but just to continue on. Dropping the keyboard. Be taking... Still can't really determine. Won't stop on it, in any case. There's a few different reasons for this break. To consume a snack, yes, but still still no telling what I plan to do next. Just during the break, I mean. Still need to then ask in my own head if I can get just... I can't wind the clock back. I never can. Still... Right. A little longer, I need. Shouldn't be dishonest here. The pressure in both arms is actually in greater stress than what I was first prepared. But you have to take into account as well. The conditions actually in here are actually really warm. I wouldn't be pointing it out. If I would then just make a ballpark. Be towards, say, 28. Even with running the fan at full tilt. Flavor gain for now. Complicated. In a sense. Continue to fight on. Do I have any other decision? Still important, I think I'll let them know. Let them know. Right, still, we're just gonna keep seated for a little while. So another strange circumstance also unfolded in the points. In that one point, when after the end of another match and I was checking through a few of the other items in around the internet, yes, it's had been stable. And then there were a few status access violation instructions. Yes, moments with the status access violations that uncouth itself. Before I knew it, about 2 or 3 minutes after that fact, I mean, the PC the PC abruptly hard crashed on itself and then it just rebooted. Unlike in the case where it usually shows a blue screen. That didn't show up, it just suddenly just crashed and restarted. Unlike the majority of instances that the PC can sometimes suddenly show a blue screen before it reboots. I'll backtrack a bit. I actually ran the Suika game roughly for 90 minutes. Just for, one year anniversary since the international version come out that was unofficially released at the very same time, well, the same day, I should say, as Super Mario Bros. Wonder did. Super Mario Bros. Wonder, I mean to say. We've already had observed earlier the moment. Actually said at that time. To my reasoning that it was hyped up in many ways to the Suika game. The actual first reason of why it was a massive hit on Twitch, firstly, was, just checked around for the reasons how it became as, well, an unexpected hit as it was. Still can't really answer. But just a bit, sometime after that realization, one of the other core reasons it's become unusually popular in the sphere was in the presence of the virtual streamers that made it quite the sort of the hit that really became. When you see a few of the smaller people just really can't answer for you. Just difficult, if I be very clear, in elaborating in the subjects. currently, well, at least as of the 20th of October, well, 19th of October, or the 20th of October, depending on parts where you live. Well, yeah. Yeah, I need to clean the nose a bit first before proceeding. In relation of other, for example, clone games or such other games with a very similar premise, it just runs, Hollow Life Treasure Mountain. One which, of course, is based in, of course, little franchise of their own. No. It's living proof. I mean, we already read it again and again and again and again. Well, the importance to some groups with the impacts with the way they are. And these things that way. It's great here and there. Can occasionally be a little uneasy, so... That's the importance to just focus which groups do you still commit and respect and these little things. Outside of it, in recent months as well, where there were important updates. Many. And it isn't just exclusively of the Japanese branch either. There's another sort of bulk an update that, added a bulk of the other characters, after that other additional group who were only established more than a year ago. Many little moments where they have their quirks which still make them great here and there. Sometimes even I get surprised on some of the selections by the respective, members. Still... outside of that that said group, still isn't a 7th generation group, is there? Just the little feelings, too, of, over-prioritizing and expanding in the English branches probably isn't exactly the wisest option. There are occasions, though, common sense needs to come into fore. Though it's a subject, maybe it's better just to leave it unsaid for now. I mean, I'm not saying it's very routine stuff. Then, of course, I too make music. Through the Gen 3 group. Though I'm just a voice, but I say before, it's a one-man project, I know, but if you want to use it in the real-world context, it's a one-man project. Theoretically, it's two, I guess when you think of paths to take. Still isn't ready as yet. Still need a little extra time. Strange as it may seem, I probably would still prefer to take an actual break, really. Some, a great deal of debate, really, if that Overwatch 2 game should continue on. There's others who are starting to be aware that some of these rather major changes in the mechanics of the actual game probably could be turning many away. You already seen what the impact recently with Call of Duty Warzone version 2, version 3, whatever version it is. Still shouldn't exaggerate. What conditions in here is actually another relatively serious factor in why. I may have some difficulties actually performing in the way that I have. On that note, there was another streamer than this game just went offline then. Yes. It reads right here, 115 here, and it's 215 on those other regions I mentioned earlier. Both corporals. Fair degree of strain that's in that. Just continue to roll. I just don't have a choice. Just let it just roll. We'll put that timer up. Just a little extra time just to figure this out. And stretch just a bit. Be ready. Well, not now. It's a little while away. Yeah, but yeah, one note, and I'll say this one more time. Comparing with the previous stream, that was a 1440p native in-game resolution. And here it's 1600 by 900p resolution. Just preparing then to start the moves again. 4 seconds. Hit it. Wait in the lobby now. But yeah, maybe coming in pretty quickly. You need a little additional time just to stretch the arms. So yes, 2 additional players. So yeah. Still measuring the arms, just checking how I'm feeling right here. For the moment, the members just... It was a small group, but, yeah, disappeared then. Yep, wait it out. Never switching lobbies, I'm staying on the TDM lobby. Rather slow-moving Sunday, I feel. Maybe it's just me. For now, I'm only observing about, well, if there have been any new updates about that little war going on. I don't really have much else to do. Yeah, well, we're in, at least. It's the best we can just do in the circumstances. Anything goes afterward. Rockefeller, I think. Question I'm still stuck wondering in my own mind as well. Why would there be a rival for Grand Theft Auto 6 if it does come out? And indeed, if the rival game comes out as well. It's an interesting circumstance to be forced to check. Not much really between, you know, Grand Theft Auto and Citral. Well, properties-wise, quite similar. I never liked those games. I don't really like them nowadays. I don't even really want to talk too much about it. You still have a few people here and there who still commit and a few things. It's all set. Just waiting for the light. There it is. Set! Move out. Down the horns then, huh? Locate you. Oh, and slowly. Stick your 6 here and there. Reload now. Rush too quickly. Feel alone here, huh? Which they're, other names there would be. In fact, I actually have no clue. It reminds me of one. I'll see to this. It's. Just continue pushing. Anyway. But yeah, some indifference. Still forced to be literally watching all these, you know, small emails unfold every time you die in this game. It's yeah. Look, I've tolerated it for as long as I have, and at the start. That was one of the features that annoyed me, well, the most at the time. There's no point to just joke around. I'm being honest. You still can't force it off. Nor is there a final kill cam at the end of the match, which I much prefer that, but that's my opinion. Call of Duty style. Anyway, I'm still just asking my head if I should continue on. It's turned unusually quiet, I feel. Still try, but even this isn't very competitive. A couple of these other players are relatively easy takes, I must admit that. Double tick. Maybe actually it's technically one kill. Probably 2 assists, I think. No. We're never really going to win. That's what I felt like it was going to be a case of. Reminds me that they're probably a bit simpler than most other players in this game. It might not even really matter in the well, big picture of this match. Specific players just dominate here. It's crazy. Yet sometimes that's just how it is. Either as teams one up and repeatedly do so. Repeatedly. Exhibit relentless aggression, as well as extreme accuracy. It's all over just a brief swoop. Boring. Yeah, but in a sense, it's right to be. combination of both pity and an uncomfortable feeling. Sure, but as you perhaps already do know, wasn't really talking too much. Sort of the energy dissipated so much. You still find, of course, sort of the motivation to continue. You just do so. I can assure you, even in games like these, where it's usually for a quick fix for many, in other words, where they probably run roughly a full hour and then disappear and play something else or just do whatever other tasks. Yeah, as much as it's very deep in the relatively deep in the underground. Yeah. Just reminiscent in a way of the days, Sometimes that you probably might, really like a game based on the premises or the actual concepts. To let you on a secret, too. That's one reason I really, really liked Spectre Divide from the beginning. And I, yes, still do. Shouldn't be dishonest on it. The issue, though, is servers aren't exactly very dense, though. Personally, yes, I've actually neglected the game, maybe more than usual. Sometimes, though, crazy as it is, down this region, it isn't very densely populated. A place so dominated, of course, from, Valorant and other games where the viewership is higher, but I've started noticing from the start of the 9th season onward, there's been some real sort of changes that's harder to like the game. During the 8th season, I've tried Valorant. Started on the 4th of August, the 8th of, somewhere, I think, in August. Real tight experience, naturally. I mean, it's become a premier esports game now, so it's just all you need to really know, really, of why, mechanics of that shooter is in there. Either way, unlike many other viewers and streamers, unlike other streamers, that it's really, I see it as, I'll just put it like this. It's probably just my relationship why I can connect to playing Fortnite at the moment is taking a hiatus in that said game. It isn't only the Fortnitemares event either. There's speculation, too, that the chapter's going to end at the end of this season. True, even I would really, like to know some Attica Heights haven't been here in the whole of this stream. Not a bad decision, at least in the tail end of the stream, anyway. Let alone even at the start. I'll take it anyway. I mean, all of us will. Yeah, I won't complain. I mean, this virtually isn't very much beyond it. But to play it during a weekday, that's actually even worse. Half of the time, the servers are practically just single figures. It isn't a joke. Sometimes, even I have to sit and wait roughly half an hour just for one match. Possibly much longer than that. FPS shouldn't be a monopolized market. It's been dominated here, of course. Such games on the competitive shooter market? I'll let you on another little story just while I'm up here. Yeah, another game known as Frag Punk come out recently. Plus I catch wind of another game called Ascendant.exe recently. At the moment, look, I'm just being rather cautious on it. I do like how tight the actual game play in general on Frag Punk is. Some other specific parts about the game does have that potential, let's be frank. Potential to be great. But that's where I'll leave it. It's hard to then ask if I may get involved in maybe do some sessions. For now, look, I'm just gonna lay down and keep watching some more actual, broadcasts from others. As it is. The name is utterly similar to another streamer. It isn't it, I know that for a fact. There's occasions, yes. Well, to get awareness to some of the other popular heads in the games, in some other circles, yeah. You do sometimes ask, hey. Usually, that just stays into the mindset of the individual. The matters are as complex as probably as it ever was. It's reminiscent with so many of the all boy groups and all girl groups come around. Well, during that boom in the late 1990s and early 2000s period. But there were only a few who were very successful, but made it in very high, and many others who established and tried to chase the success to those others, and all they really did was make one-hit wonders. That was it. And then they usually disband or gave up that profession. Part of those, hype machines at the time. Shouldn't get me started with the different groups in the K-pop industry. I don't even want to get to there. Don't even want to talk about it. Never really been a big fan of K-pop. As a genre, like a style. But maybe that's just me. Actually, it's very tough to actually just be focused on attention seekers all the time. By the way, most of the content I check on the net is forced to mute, so I never listen to it. Many points, much of the virtual entities than the real types. It's unfortunate too, to some extent, that many are hiding their real identity to the world, and I don't like it. But that's how it is. In many ways, we need to stop differentiating that line. Strong role models aren't exactly very common neither, you know. In fact, there's others who wouldn't even want to continue to support certain industries due to that reason. It's full of, well... scumbags. Have real bad morals. Lazy people, you know? To some degree. Remember in the older days how it turned into more of a scourge in any way. If you ask me though, there is still importance to just prioritize to recycle the different other materials. Do not mix everything into one bag of rubbish. For example, let's try to split which is which. Around Dunnemeyer, I mean, this is another relatively uneven match. Yes, margin now 30 points. Opposing team. Those Gekido feelings I did have a little earlier, they've more or less just faded away at the moment. Just because that you think that this project's all about that emotion, it isn't always. Maturity, of course, is sometimes very tough to read, right? It's not always obvious. The MVP in the match, 5,200 points. Some distance really between that and second position. This does explain a lot, I feel. There's a couple of new hands in the place. Yes, it's one of the taglines here in the Gekido Basis project, that maturity is never obvious, or barely obvious, in fact. This actual specific word is barely, not never. Played this stream game now for roughly 9 years, at least, at the time of this stream, this broadcast. I've seen a few crazy stories unfolding. No matter what's come in the past years, even with this break as a streamer playing Fortnite Battle Royale, that I obviously will not stop running until it is officially terminated by the developers. But even so, it isn't a intense beat like it used to be. It just feels darker, ambient style when compared with how it used to just be such an impact. Though a crossplay lobby this time. Some that play on PC and mouse, keyboard and mouse, and others on controllers. Still will be a little while away before I officially just drop everything. Describe this as, well, a sub-par stint. Below what you would normally expect in some of these games. Coupled to the fact where some of these were really predictable. Set! Here we go, push, push, push. Whatever the case, just maintain that soldierly mentality here. It's difficult. I will admit I'm losing interest. It's hard to find too many other games that still maintain, I guess, some grip. I was already saying about one of the other premier games of the genre, and I just can't really continue to dedicate hours on it. No matter if it's casually or in ranked. I don't ever believe I actually can... Well, 12 wouldn't ever play ranked in Valorant. There's many who, because that's sort of their way of life. The other matter that is still being negotiated even now, explicitly is in relation with, of course, Riot Games, but that's between SCG, AFTRA, and other companies. As much blood is in the hands of many game developer groups, I know that from experience. Just how bad is it really? That's sometimes what I wonder in my head. Rest assured, there's plenty that occurs behind the scenes. But like most others, I'm only able just to collect what most of the public would. That does not mean that I too can't make assumptions. Every assumption is exactly to the T. It isn't always correct. An opinion is an opinion. Still, you know you start to know from certain other experiences, and you can be aware. It can get a little rough. Remind me. I cannot remember in this stream that we did these two maps. This is Pueblo before. I think I Heights before. switch to the secondary weapon. A few times I was just switching the wheel button, but I'm being truthful. It didn't switch to my primary and secondary in the previous spawn, so it would also mean you can't really deploy your the other weapons. Straight to the body. Pinpoint. Don't have a clip stuck, though. But yes, we just jumped in the next. Drop light. Took the opponent out. The opponent. Yep. Another Semtex up there. No effect. No, the allies, those ones. Switch. Throw it. Tighten it a little bit. Still don't really want to describe it too much. The rest feels very tight. Sure. Warrants a thumbs up then. Slightly shorter. We would have done something. Keep that. Just remain focused though. Done. Yeah. Just drop off the keyboard. Yeah. Look, I want to complain. Yeah, anyway, yeah, we'll keep moving a little. Yeah. Soft limits. Usually means when in the meaning of soft limit, it usually means when the arms are in a point where they're effectively in that the real deep end of being too strained and whatever. It still wasn't what would describe as extreme, and too much so that would be described as they'll have to force to stop. No. As I say soft limit in that context, sometimes I use the term hard limit. Not all the time, though. In other cases. I normally would just point out that I just say that the arms are too stressed. I'm unable to continue and things like that. Just elaborate as well. Run 2 more. That's as much as I can actually pull. Right now. Additional 30 seconds before it's showtime, you know. Set. Just lay and wait before we start in the moves. Yeah, push it. Just maintain that aggressive posture from now on. Pinpoint, virtually pinpoint frag grenade at the point. But it just went to my instinctive sort of. Don't argue. I say instinctive, not all the time. Right, you see those names? We'll begin once more. Maybe a bad move there. Didn't get any kills. Didn't think we were drunk that. Never can escape that. Firebomb. Here it comes now. Yep. Man in the pocket. The gunfire that way. Transition. Spawn up the base route. Push that way. mean, nearly took the target with me in that exact situation. Missed 1 or 2 bullets, and that's really the bottom line on the matter. Just a bit tighter now. Still needs additional efforts from the collective. We remain closer to the team. It will do for now. Smell your way through. Won't always get the prize at first. Push on. Nearly point blank. Bit artificial what's going on now, but just don't be giving up at the circumstances. Just keep pushing. Might be there for the taking, maybe. Still, you wouldn't know if you don't continue just to push, but that could be that circumstance would use a flamethrower, which I think may have snuffed it. I think they'll win at this position with that in mind. Just keep on pushing. Sometimes in these kind of tighter battles, you just do that. Yeah, lost this in the end, I said it before. Yeah, at least finish strong enough. You don't feel embarrassed at the end of it all. Still at least hold your own head high when, of course, at the end of it all, you know. Sometimes you would have to. You feel you've made some progress, or felt that you at least gave a good show, that sometimes matters more than, well, what others may think. About all I can really do. Relax, that is it. Just excuse me, man. Just a small rest, okay? Not quickly. shortly, yes. Should be into the next of them. Yeah, one moment. Yep, in position now. Right, aluminium cans, we put them in the bag and we have profits. Even if they're small, for each can. Say, if 20 cans. $2, right? Beginning just as just drift, you know. Still won't get a little, well. No, I'll be fine, as I think we both know. Truth is, I won't be able to be sustaining this that much longer. One moment before I'm all set. Yep, nope, let's push. Yeah, push now. Yep. Flanking, if I can do so. Need over there. Somehow I've read out that opponent. It's very difficult to see. No, Mirage to the left. There's only just this one. And stealth camouflage and so on and so forth. Yeah, just let the events play out, just while we get involved in the battle. I couldn't even do that. I was just thinking maybe I should just have pushed forward instead, but probably was straight in death trap. At any case, I don't think it matters. Move to the next. I mean, it's respawned now. From the early impressions, it's a bit unbalanced. More in their favor than ours. Well, I mean, early impressions of the battle in this match. It wasn't prepared for that. Next. Yes, keeping the same loadout for a little while. Threat nearby. Small flurry of kills by the opposite. Remember one of those indoor parks. There was a slide similar to that one. Similar, I mean, it was yellow as well. Amusement parks, I think they call them, but I don't vividly remember that much. Just have a bit of, I guess, some pleasure. Shouldn't just be the little battlefield that's like damaged buildings and a very grey sort of place. Sometimes it isn't exactly easy to play those Call of Duty Modern Warfare games back then. Not the new versions, the old one, the original ones. I need to say old sometimes. Sometimes I say old sometimes, but the original ones. Well, they're still old in a way, but it's still superior in a way. Yeah, I'll leave it at this point. Just to be clear. You need to be aware. I've had a fair amount of time running those older iterations of the Modern Warfare games, as I mentioned, and these other ones. If you ask me, though, still... Can't say every single version of Call of Duty since the release of WW2 in 2017... along with Black Ops 4, where not too many remember that. Still have some relatively vivid memories playing. Each their own. But the only other really sort of decent Call of Duty of recent was the first Modern Warfare, well, in the reboot, or the remake, or whatever. In my honest opinion, the way I'd only describe the current climate of that series is that they're chasing former glory. And now another Black Ops iteration's come out recently. In a sense, this new road... It's very tough for me to really speak it because I actually used to really, really like many of the older Call of Duty games when I used to be much younger. Even maybe if it was a bit inconsistent, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare still was massive in its own way. As well as the, well, as well as this, as the sequel. Which came out 2 years later. Both then consider where the actual industry was then. I mean, Half-Life 2 was still... Well, Half-Life 2 and Counter-Strike Source, they both were products that were pretty critical way back then. Well, pretty critical titles back then. Couldn't forget id Software either. No matter what others say, I won't ever, you know, drop Quake 3 Arena in my time that I'm still in this cyber tunnel. I do not care if no one even thinks of wanting to sit and see me even play that. I really do not care one iota. If I run it, I run it. A game like that... as well as that experience in general. Well, it's actually similar really to Doom and Quake. Their presence really is nearly impossible to avoid. Similar to, some of the most the iconic mascots of both, in cartoon form and real world forms. I first was going to actually say, well, Quake 3 Arena, at least in my in my personal opinion, a timeless game. They normally say the same saying, eternal arena, in discussions in relation of personal debates which game between Quake 3 Arena and Unreal Tournament was superior to them. There may not be very many speaking nowadays, yet I can assure you, well, there are still people who discuss the matter. There was many nuances I actually didn't really like of UT compared to Q3A. It's probably just my personal opinion on the front. It's just how I, at least feel anyway. Pardon me, I mean to say Arena Eternal is one of the sayings. Interchangeable between both such sayings. Specific saying is still, Arena Eternal. Quake Champions still is around, by the way. Still haven't heard any real news of the 24th season. 23 and still apparently, well, to those ones. It's still a hard one to grind on as well, I must admit. Hey, it's another discussion for another time. I don't really know if I would even ever consider returning. I don't think you cannot actually can't remember doing sessions, any sort of multiplayer session with opponents instead of with human players. Never actually checked. It's been quite a long time since I've actually last run that said game. Okay. Moving on. Well, it was way back in 2006 when I first actually played Quake 3 Arena. Yeah, an experience that's nearly impossible to just really... Well, I at least feel really difficult to let go of, but it's barely anyone that actually really chooses to stream it too, Those are the games which I don't think should be ignored, I don't think. But it shaped my childhood a fair bit more than what many may suppose here. A great deal of other features still stand out. I still think, even nowadays, for a game that came out 25 years ago, crazy in a sense, but maybe it's just in my head. You mustn't forget Quake Live. Most of the time now I actually play Quake Live than in Quake 3 Arena, but I will never then forget why that other game will remain in my own head for the rest of my days. Well, look, wouldn't really then point that I'd want to be thinking that I really dislike Unreal Tournament. would only describe it as, well, look, it was important. In fact, the engine that it came was actually a real revolution in its own. It was known as Unreal Engine. The second such game in the series too. Everyone else probably who was older would probably recall the game known as Unreal, which ran on Unreal Engine. One of them happened to, I think, if my memory is correct, the very first released product which runs on Unreal Engine back in 1998. There's a few crazy other things that unfolded and evolved as well in both PC and in consoles. In the same sort of those times too. There's a product there weren't too many who could recall. The Dreamcast. All the way back around 2000 that I can, well 12 has told me that he has actually tested out a fishing game on that said console. That time. Both with the controller and actually the fishing rod peripheral. That fishing rod peripheral as well. One of those games that was actually on display back in 2000. Might have been a Kabbalah's fishing game, but I don't really vividly remember. 12 doesn't vividly remember. It described it as one of those fishing games yeah. To a certain series. I've been touted to a degree, didn't it? But maybe that was what 12 may have told me. Well, I can remember internet contents in relation in the Ferrari F355 challenge and a Sega rally game, albeit sure. Performance problems really was a problem in its own doing in a way, but since it still was sufficient, I really want to be honest on it. Missing that Semtex was critical. Even though in context of this match, that doesn't actually matter. Fraction of XP you get though. No matter the other people's opinions. You can't see where the hype is coming from. Especially that more recent... Excuse me, I'll just put this off first. Particularly more recent. Some other areas of the net, speaking of some other holiday of I consider it silly holiday. That month of some really dark stuff. Open your own eyes. Again, okay? The real horrors really are unfolding up in the Middle East. A few times I've said it to myself. Halloween doesn't have jack on what in the world is going on up in the Middle East at that moment. Recently, specific events just escalated everything else. Can even say the same for that other holiday on the 25th of December. Wouldn't care less what anyone does. Every day is a normal day. That will never change for me. We're business machines. We don't celebrate that stuff. And I'm Gekido Basis, the oldest such member of the 7-generation group that we are. We make some important moves. Preserve the legacies that we used to really see as great memories of our time when we used to be around. Pass it to the next generations. Bit like life in general. I am very different to many ordinary folk that just simply play their games like the real world. And sometimes I just cannot continue to support it as a circumstance of that. Get to, jump to one trend in one point and then all these other bandwagons in sequential order. Thus, you still will see some will go here and then some will go there. Then when the next bandwagons all come, that they all simply jump in different directions, and it does feel never-ending. I can't exaggerate it. We're in on another match. Stand by. Pick the map and then just lay back. Select your loadout, your operative entity, and just kick it in like you do every match. This time it'll be up in Clubhouse. Remembering that argument too. Last month, of course, was a Friday the 13th event. There was no such one here, but October is a 31-day month. Previous month, of course, was 30 days. You really think I would care what then occurs in the next days? I wouldn't want to be just surrounded on just the same old, I don't know, retarded other contents. I'll stick with what I know. That's more important than just to follow the leader on those, what you call, dump games that supposedly haunt your head. Be the better hunter. Do not become the haunted. You already know what is on the other side. Do I really need to repeat myself with that? It doesn't matter what time of the year either. Live without fear. Dismiss the junk. Or at least as much as possible. But it isn't exactly straightforward, I mean. The reality sometimes just feels, well, extremely off-balanced. Rarely is it even evenly distributed to all avenues. That greed machine is still assisting the Israelis, for example. In continuing this dark path of destruction. It's so unlike what I actually had seen in previous years. At least to the magnitude as this. It feels like it's genocide. That's what it feels like in my mind. Usually condemn it. Well, if they're real evil threats that come not far off, that importance of preparing your soldiers, no matter if it's a normal soldier in the real world or a cyber soldier, their own rooms. The importance of preparations before execution is still as critical as it is in it. Mind, body, and technique. Some things don't change with time. Sometimes the importance of never forgetting fundamental things. It doesn't always apply to every situation, but at least concentrate on not trying to slip up like rookies would. But it's tough to do that. Just say this once again. Yes, mind, body, and technique. Must remind you of something else. No, there are some specific things which will never change. Usually, lessons like them typically will be drilled from very young ages. That does not mean that they all will have that luxury either. Been around a while. It's still as warm as it just was about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. It's about the same. Still just bearing with all that. Aim deep. Nothing. But yeah, get a little deeper. Just don't try and stick your neck too far. Yep. There. Yeah, that instance, just nothing hit. Yeah. That's a large there. Get out before you even reconsider nestling back in that little nest. True, there's occasions it's sooner than later that others will expose that secret. It's nearly deadlocked here. 57 to 58 at the moment. The digital kill each way. Push on. Switch back. Enemy wasn't really in that region. Just further down that stairway. Straight into that area. And another Semtex kill. The wiser move actually would have been just to continue to push away. So that's what occurred with that opponent there. I've done the same as what I just done earlier. A small exchange by the opposing team. Yeah, it's an additional other. With a bank, one would have utilized an important weapon. There's another such flurry of kills by the opposition. It practically is all over now. Just grind and salvage what you can. That's all I can do in this situation. Done. MVP of the match. Unusual phase movement. Yeah, unusual, just knowing that during it, phase shifting. Not that individual glitch movements, but in any case. It's as tight as it gets for the MVP of the match. 25 points, that's the gap. We have those two, so won't say very much. Individuals or in a team, I don't have any idea. I don't even want to get that far. Just focus on yourself. Maybe time to just have a small break and take a snack. Well, for the moment, I'm gonna stick around. Yeah, I was actually just checking my own stream once more. Just it's about a 45 to 50 second delay right between well, when it's live and when it isn't. In here, just only just observing of. Wow. Checking what the other two is. Yeah, well, I'll just have to take these other two. You really still feel like I was administering 2 tablets? No, I wasn't. It's simply a waiting game here. Well, in the way that I actually said taking 2. Just realizing, that, Right, so that, I think, yeah, let me try to think, Red Bull Home Ground 2024 APAC qualifier event, I think, is on again. Yeah, still take a little layer of care as well about, well, those next situations. Simulcast board of others. Usually in this list that I'm checking. Different, really. Well, more different, I should say. Well, this time than other days. Most other days. I counted the very least 15 separate games being represented in just the span of this sort of set of 100 to 110 streams. Beyond all this, well, keep it to myself, which I still will. Yeah, where it's now been a little while. Stand by. Time to get in. The looked like it missed. Yeah, no, we'll just keep fighting. The second which missed. The Semtex. Well, the target with Semtex, I mean. Yeah, latency's... Yeah. It's in the Australian server. Meaning lower latency where I live anyway. Continue to fight on. Through all the punishment. Playing such games for so long it's routine now. Sometimes I don't like it, but that's just how it is. Those feelings too. I feel like there's an albatross or some other big bird around you. You continue paranoid and confused. Well, you may think everything is. Hints. Sometimes, well, you're unable differentiating one source from another. Continue to fight, no matter what others say. When you see specters, shadows. Take a bit of extra time just to try to figure if they indeed are real or just, like I said, shadows. There's a player in this stealth camouflage. The guess didn't end up, well, materializing of a kill or two. Right. Smarter than me, I suppose. Even I think. That's the way I feel it is. Potential backfire? And the source reason that I say what I had said previously. Track called Paper Cut by Linkin Park back in 2000. lyrically speaking, and yeah. Very first track, of course, from Hybrid Theory, their album, from way back then. On the verge of ending. Yield. Sure, but... I'll admit... Still wasn't easy just to keep at it when... Just underhanded as well, which it's only now I realized. 4 versus 6. Yeah, but I didn't see if that ended like that or no, I actually didn't even notice. The others that I haven't really remembered very vividly. Just hints of what they describe as schizophrenic behaviors. Won't lie, every once in a while I still sit and actually hear the first album of theirs. More unfortunate, I think, now than it was in the past. Because mental health is a very real issue that can sometimes further corrupt individuals mentally. Personas can only be withstood and maintained with some degree of stability to a certain extent before that at one point it just all comes crashing back to the mind of the individual. Particularly in the case that they simply can't hear you too well. And sometimes you need to shout, and then they can start to understand. Never was an actor, so I have no real clue about all those smaller nuances. But at least that I maintain my personal dedication as both a gamer and a musician. And in many ways, the plugins has improved my abilities as an actual user too. Most others only be aware about a few of the basics, but that's about it, until they eventually build up abilities. In other words, feel how the vehicles all travel. Since not all the machines, or I should say all systems here, have the same properties as one and the other and all this and that. True, for many it's simple just to start from a template. Either that or just begin simply with just one source or two sources. Doing so much of the other stuff on the fly. Improvise while doing other adjustments and so on. That or just use studio mode and improve your skills with it. A time back in the day too, I just familiar, as I just said, how these systems all handle, well, what you can control with your limited experiences, particularly when you start up. Come a few extra months, you probably might be proficient to really get into the more advanced features. With a great deal of experience and capability, you'd be able to simulcast without having to use the Streamlabs Ultra membership for it. You understand? To be much more familiar with the inner workings of the systems. That and beyond it, YouTube and Twitch and perhaps Discord, Facebook gaming, Nico Nico Doga, Billy. Africa, I think, was another station. I'll have to just observe a couple of things. Normally is, yeah, via YouTube. In my honest opinion, it still is great in terms of the overall accessibility. Since in it, and I think I read to a degree the Discord service too can go right up to 4K resolution as well. I think, if I remember, it can go up to 4K streaming res. Anyway. And then there's others who, if they have access to Facebook, which I don't, can use Facebook gaming if need be. The hubs I've used through my time as a streamer is on YouTube and on Twitch. That is it. And features and some other sort of services probably weren't aware of, let alone aware of their existence until more recent years. So, hey, I won't argue too much. To some degree, even if it is a completely, well, both independent and free project, no way that I would be thinking to drop it. And on top of the realization that I sort of made a living to a degree making music as well. There are a great deal of stuff in the mainstream I just can never support. Beyond this, it's been hard at a deeper level, really supporting the more commercialized gaming industry, video gaming industry, mobile gaming industry, the arcade industry at some level. It's no secret, some of those gaming industries is simply like a casino. A type of virtual casino. I wouldn't joke with you. Stuff that we wouldn't ever endorse. Beyond that, no matter which channels I do check, I won't really be paying a little extra just for subscription for others. But I am actually a veteran in the game, so don't then think that I'm insignificant like many others. That's just a bit tight. Trying to check how much more I can execute here. Well, I say a bit, it's not very, it's just a bit. Right. Good to see this one just getting up on the top of the ladder. Wrong place, wrong time. That's just what it is. He's always discussing these subject matters mature. In a mature manner. That's what I mean to say. Basis machines still do have specific verbal flaws to it. Whatever the situation, never trying to get in the more sensitive regions of us. It's just turn a stable and sane mind on one that can suddenly just turn deep. Anger. And through defensive. It always is the risk of getting too aggressive when you're not supposed to be assertive. Yep, with both age, time, and experience where you can really handle those cases enough. System is full of just jokers. Scumbags. Exploitation's much simpler when they're more popular. Sure, I've heard there's many different ways. You can find any real degree of any respect when there's just abuse and hate speech in so many places. Just a small flurry from the opposition. Keep on pushing. May get interesting, but the gap is slightly in this team's favor, but still wouldn't count it lasting. Yeah. Leave it to the other viewer to figure it out. Moving further up. try to then point out to say to never forget the past, or at least not to forget who you were. What used to make you, you know, professional in the first place. You deny your roots, then you're nothing but just a sellout. The match is done, 100 points to 93. Saying previously, relatively silly emote, yes, but can still have, well, there's a range of small certain points. Still makes it, well, rather unique in this game from most others. Still check, you just continue. Still show your colors like that. And sometimes it's luxuries. Departing. Just collect another drink from the refrigerator. No, the horn's blaring wasn't from your little. That wasn't from your ears. That was actually from the was in your, that's from your mother's little show. You weren't paranoid. No matter. Stay around. Just roll this as long as humanly possible. Said that before. Won't lie, I wasn't actually dishonest as a saying. Was experienced. Soft limits. Didn't even get a drink out from that place. Leave them to determine. Hey. Pick the drink up. Explains a couple of things. Get it ready now. Pushing. Small problem, just around a small, certain area. This is a sweaty area. Won't say much of it. Guessing. There's no real avail there. That way. Peek out. very well played. It was actually well played. But it was just still guessing that that's probably where one of the other enemies which was out of its grasp. Just made a guess there. It's another entendre. The name was entendre, or double entendre. Relatively similar to toilet humor, you know what I mean. It's practically inescapable, those proximity mines. Not you are. Sure. One at that region. What do you call it, and I don't, then to say, sort of a different take on the name of an actor. It isn't actually really. Bit of similarity, but, you know, I really wouldn't want to be dishonest. There's a bit of resemblance of the sort of specific sort of lettering. At least it's to me, but it doesn't mean that I follow that industry these days. It's normally a greed-based and mostly greed-driven. But there's a bigger difference between passion on one thing and just doing your role. But you're not comfortable to do your role. Similar, really, I've got all. Still the use of the auto-tune, those things with voices and so on. Worse now with the generative AI mimicking. There are new controversies too, which then ultimately generative AI technology is really in mimicking others. There's those small things. If you just need to on the microphone, still speak without many, well, of such filters, then you're the real thing. I mean, can't ignore what you really are. And then when you're still stuck in with a bunch of monsters too, their intention's really sinister, but quite often it just remains in secrecy. Tend to win now. Uneven once more. bit over 10,000 points. Yeah, look, it's wise at the moment not to say a thing. Yep. Small carton of skim milk. Some wheat biscuits as well. The same flavor that, you know, same flavor of those biscuits as last time. Now, just remind me again. Yes, I wouldn't think there's that much around. Which also run at 120 FPS. I still wouldn't want to then underestimate the groups of members who are doing that. There's a mistake that I noticed just on the Twitch channel that I ignored a critical tag on me then. Sure, at the moment, yes. Let's keep quiet on that such subject matter. He's even among one of the rarest sort of other sort of avenues too. barely anyone else is also making a 120 FPS stream. Still nuts, I know. I mean, down on the Twitch channel that I'm checking anyway. You probably want to figure out, well, why I just said it. I meant either of, streaming in Japanese or in one of those other languages is what I mean. We're on anyway. It's just unfortunate where all this time and I actually didn't add the 120 FPS tag. Hey, well, just proceed at any case. Wait, I mean, you people already aware on YouTube about it. We should fidelity, but not the frame. Beyond it, there are very few which I've seen in my time. Given it's at least 3 months. Where there actually are very few who actively boast in their tag. That, but I won't say much else than that. It's a very easy stream game, I can assure you. Others want to say that I'm spooking, well, that's their own issue. Keep on moving. A little sort of flurry of kills from the opposing team. Just for a while, a bit of balance will be coming in back shortly. It's been enough, but it wasn't. Still roaming. Right in an ambush. A second flurry from the for the opposing team. Double take. It's technically one. The other just finished off. Splash damage from the grenade earlier. Weak link. I'm already stylizing if that's the name. Anyway. These two. Mythology. Without guessing Greek. Continue pushing. Now I just remembered something else. Unrelated, I mean, just another grenade to kill then. Sam Tech's grenade to kill. Right. What still amazes me even now. In Bison, in Street Fighter 6, Vega is what the individual is known, of course. Japanese territories. Roughly a month later, and then Heihachi Mishima's back in. The Tekken story. It's still has me a little, it's the confusion is as real as it does. Two of the voice actors actually no longer with us. Let's be frank there. There were many that were convinced there was no way the story would bring Heihachi back, but hey, to each their own. One reason that I nearly was completely turned off with tech games in general was because of the story. I've seen petty, but it's, if I'll be honest, was still a pretty serious deal. To make matters worse, the greater amount of retconning I felt was what occurred. If I have to be clear, I mean, there are many of these other franchises where it's beginning, in my view, to concentrate on loyalists instead of like new hands over the older hands, right? That importance of legacies is one thing. We're about the success story, of course, of Street Fighter 6, but I won't get into depth about that. It's a relatively foreign subject, but been around playing fighter games for a while too. Range of moments that have been flurries by the opposing team. Sometimes these coordinations can actually really confuse the opposing team. Last flurry from that said team. Effectively all complete, so. Yeah, pretty serious for a while. The effort which was involved doing this. Top of the suppose. Maybe just get it all blending in the manner it is. Yeah, from a distance. Some hints of some skills exhibited to some of us members. I don't think actually, given just how dominant the other side were, they exactly there were too many opportunities to really shine. Anyway. Enough is enough on that senses. But it does have me curious, though. Exactly how they can try to, well, start to hit back. If you just still want to see more players being abandoned to the wolves, hey, so be it. A little something else you might want to check. Yeah, that continued greatness of Lionel Messi is still present. Hat trick. In that match earlier. No, you heard rightly. He is one, full of fuzz, trust me. Still, what else can I mention? Doesn't matter at all as I'm folding. It's still seems relatively accurate in a few as specific aspects in the way that we remembered. Well, I'm preaching Hawkeye. Be free, call the event, of course, as just a joke. Back then, we just explained that the event, well, the operation just was real. Anyway. Sure. Well, that does sound, well, it is a possibility. Right. Apparently, the group then wanted to continue this Lebanese offensive, and then apparently it's the Iranian offensive next, eh? Ha! I've heard that stuff before, but... Well, through some leak anyway, that's what it's claiming here. We'll be in for a while. Forget the names. Stand by. Latiar? You ready enough? It's time to make your move. Be, getting to the destination shortly. Another match. Asia. Still aren't done yet, Sometimes, aren't you, to just check the other members of what they are doing. It makes sense when everyone else is like it. Those two folks. I'm still waiting to just check it. Yeah. That phase hasn't started as yet. It's strange. I mean, normally would have already, well, told the members to prepare. bear with it. Truth is, that was an abnormally long wait. Here we are now. Just wait another 28 or so seconds. Ready up. Just a little extra time. Yep. Moving. Completely inescapable, that. Completely fireproof. The individual who does it. Use the firebomb. In practice, at least yet. Once only in the training range. That's it. That place. It's right and true. Incinerator. Drone user. So what of it? If it ain't broke, just don't fix it. Just stay there. A half chance. I can just notice something just a little further up. Yeah, premonition. Still alive. Somehow. But unable to unable to finish the job there. Just follow just follow your instincts this time around. Pedal back. It's intention now. Hello with this double entendre. Fives twice. Moving on in any case. Could end up actually be a fair, with the opposing team could end up with a large margin at the end of it all. Not the way that I've at least felt. Fixed once more. In a certain area. Don't abandon that hunt. No, it's empty. Into the next area. A few rather basic tricks. Thread over there. It's nothing. Proceed the next area. Defensive. Potentially an ambush in the end of it all. Fair damage. Good late. That one. Was you ready for that moment? A few more seconds, stay defensive. Push through. I think it must have done that. Excuse me. Opposition, yes, bring in a flurry of kills. It was 5 in a row there. Advance then to the next area. Nearby. It's still convenient to keep that in hand. Now's the time. Feel the fire up. Yeah. That convenience, yes, it suddenly switched the pistol. That is the instinctive call, the correct call. Down the pistol. Still sipping on that skim milk. Stay with the pistol. Grenade. Then move out. Somehow scraped away. Not survived that previous encounter. And I was expecting to fall then. The additional layers of resilience. It's sometimes small layers sometimes. And just keeps putting together. Strategic decisions. Get moving. Some small glitch. That's usually... Actually, I don't actually remember very vividly if that moved down that... Last attempt. Actually, it's not incorrect. It really is very tight. Oh, well. At the time, I feel like it was near the end. Begin pushing it once more. Defended this area. Struggle is coming to a close. Still real tight. potentially could turn one way or the other. You may need to utilize your secret weapons right here, right now. As if I'd ever stop. Would it matter? No. Back and forth. Same as before. Didn't see that coming until just at the moment where we fell then. That's it. At last is the opposing team. A 5-point victory. To them, it's a 5-point defeat here. Top player. Bit over 5,000 points. Excuse me. Relatively even at the... Yeah. What would I know? Relatively, I just was the second best player in relation of score. This was this other image that just seen that relatively humorous little moment. Still trying to then think, well, up in the Formula 1, will that Kota tonight? This weekend, I mean? About to just observe with it. I haven't actually checked Formula 1 in a long time. I've only seen the first 2 races, though. So they are Kota. Now, let me think. I'm trying to search for the current results in relation of, well, the, which players were at which positions in the qualifying of that race. See, I was in the starting group, just checking them in in their respective order. And just to check as well, points count after all this. You know, both in driver and constructors. A few races still left. It does feel like it's all locked in relation to Verstappen this time. He's a 4-time champion now, I think. That can't be... Yeah, that would be right. Stolen, of course, in 2021. Who would forget? In my honest opinion, I don't think it ever was the same ever since the end of 2021. A new generation should just continue the paths that they take, but it's never been simple. Formula 1, just similar to its sisters, I may say, in that context. Classes. Sister classes, or the other classes. Created, the abilities in effect have to be superhuman, and for a very long duration. It's a bit of it's a tighter race, really, between the McLaren Mercedes and Red Bull Racing Honda RBPT. In the constructors, it's the former's 39 points ahead. Scuderia Ferrari being the third one, who's 30 points between that Red Bull Racing Honda group and the Scuderia Ferrari group. On that note, yes, another lobby's filled here. Between, as I said, Verstappen and Norris, I think. But yeah, no, it seems that even, well, with a few races still left, it's already seemingly locked in. That is another Drivers' Championship, of course, for Verstappen. That's just how it is. Difficult to swallow on the realization that I have actually really skipped the entirety of Formula 1 this season. Since at the start I was expecting more of the same. It's actually more competitive, but it's not this, Hamilton that's normally. In there. It was in fact Norris this time. Same descent of nationality, in other words. You still get a fair, reward with your work and that stuff. The stuff that's obviously out of our own league. Proceeding. Starting again. It's still important, I checked it. They said the race at Kota for the weekend. For that Grand Prix in Austin in Texas. One state of the USA, of course. I'm just starting to get a little tired of having to repeatedly say that, but... Well, what's the routine? You just have to be familiar with the routine. The hostilities have been as ugly as it gets, really, up on the Middle East. The plans... It seems a possibility. It could go anywhere, though. Yeah, maybe even struck him in or whatever. Could be What would it matter to other people? Just up there, just humble. Maybe a little hostile, though. Just excuse me while I observe something. They did the backside. Brakes a little later than I should have. Well, specific matters cannot be helped though with you. I mean, I get that. That's still important where I still try to do the role as, well, you, but the other you. Routine enough. You're off. Read that one a bit easier than you may suppose. Snatch that from your hand. Yeah, never saw that threat really until the last moment. Or at least half a second before being taken out. Here. The tackle. The incinerator drone, so. And now though. Double potential. It may have been. I actually never saw properly, so. Suddenly play back and forth. Get on it. Who's the smart? Them little pains there, this is discounted. This is a double attempt. Yeah, that drone, it was a little out of, a bit too much on your right end. I suppose it went through the door, but, the open doors or whatever, but... No, no nothing. On top of this, bit of an uneven balance once again. Relation both scoreline and perhaps the teams. That other side bringing this side here bringing a flurry by those little members. Nope, nothing. Sniped out. Yeah, but the attempts are harder pushing. Keep advancing. Just adequate. Just adequate. To eliminate the opponent. Through incendiary damage. Instinctive again, I think. Yes, instinctive. Right. Would that be the grand... between the grand final and those two combatants? Yeah, around those two SFs. If they can stop the Zeta team. Well, we'll just find out if one over the other. Stand by. Ended a bit sooner than even I was ready for. Sometimes that actually satisfies me. One of the very first games was between T1 and Zeta Division. But then assuming that I'm making some of the stories up, I'm actually watching it at the moment. To anyone that's a little lie back and want to check a bit of the action, right here. It's a little while still until it actually commences. Still in the warm-up phase at the moment. Well, beyond what other games aren't too far off. Probably the only one I'm just laying back and still waiting for the full version of, even if I'm not the absolute best at it. Yeah. A Hollow Live fan game, part of the Hollow Indie group, that Elite Exorcist Miko. Though it wasn't explicitly written out by, many other streamers, it was the one that was out for a while was actually the demo version of the game. I get a little uneasy, really, that other people think that was the full version. Because didn't really read between the lines, did they? Still commit to search any other products that come on the Hollow Indie branch too. There's a few such groups I check. And another updated Idol Showdown now, huh? I think 4 of them in a week. Yes. Wouldn't think it's nothing else. Yep. Sitting and waiting, but I'm now actually just checking right now where the warm-up phase is done. The show begins in about 8 seconds, where it'll be kickoff. Now. But again, it's this T1 against the Zeta division. I don't actually think the Gen G team were actually involved in such event, and I get the feeling they may have already automatically qualified. I mean, I think they were among one of the best teams in the world of the Valorant esports. I mean, this is for all men, by the way. I mean, well, the way I recall, I mean, all female groups are called the Game Changers. Moving on, it's still important. I mean, this event, I mean, whichever team actually gets through, I think will move to another event for next year. A flawless round by Team T1 at the start, I think. Came hard at the beginning. An early start perhaps may be critical for their outside, potential. That when they sometimes come in a surge that they can really hit. Both such teams are very capable. They've actually been around a while. The very first instance I've seen of Zeta Division's activities, of course, was during one of those esports events. I think in 2021, maybe it was 22. I don't really vividly remember, but that and we can already explain, well, those brutal regimen that South Korean players go through, and some other. Stand by. We're in the match now of our own, so let's just run it. The arena map. Not that air and space map. Either way, hit. Bit like a little bit of dynamite, or if you're a younger person, TNT or C4. Excuse me, didn't I think dynamite and TNT are the same thing, or was one called Composition 2 and the other called Composition 3? As if I'm gonna really answer the point of it. This clutch as it probably gets. Down at 1 HP in the first elimination. No, in this game, not of that other event. Yep, just continues doing their little task. Was T1 has a bit of resistance though. They didn't do another perfect round, but it was still quite dominant. Continue to follow. While doing it, It's clear. Just track with this ally here. Still no kills as yet. A minute and 6 seconds left. I can't see the positioning because I didn't have it primarily focused in the screen. I'd get that opportunity in a moment. Still, 49 seconds still left in round 3. Yep, the attacks now come. Here too. Slipped up! He's straight on the wall. Let me just check then what's unfolding. I mean, puzzle misstep. Just check with him. Which other players are next? It's 4-on-4 at the moment. Spike now planted. See then next situation. Honey, just escaping the buzz of T1. That's Siota. Ending off that combatant. It's a 3-on-4 in 4-on-3 in Zeta Division's advantage. And a few more kills back and forth. It's head-to-head now. Zelzy's still one-upped of the last combatant on the other team. Then defusal. In time? Just, I think. Yeah, it's defused with 2 seconds in the clock. So, there, defuse was successful. But yep, and through. It was a bit chaotic here. But since they both were just about on the same level of control as each other, that was the one member that Zeta Division group stood. Well, as well, but other than T1. The launch was a bit early, I'd say. That or it didn't have a clear read on the where its opponent would be. Start of the next round. Reading the order of the maps to it. Haven to start, Ascent next, then in the sighting map if it comes to it, Sunset. Oh, excuse me, no. It's first the 3 map wins. It's the second map is Ascent, the third map Sunset. That's the order it shows here. 60 remaining. Just 1 kill each way. It's a 4-on-4 at the moment. Predominant focus is on the A site. Fleeing away briefly. Another switch of strategies here. These agents with these players. Little crawler just in the skin too. It doubled, and there's Izu and counters back, leaving only Depp in Team Zeta Division on 1-on-2 encounter. Clutch attempt. He nearly took the first one. It's in progress. This is taken out. It's only stacks in the way. One last push completes the clutch. Does Depp? There we are. We have no issues on the defusal since the spike had been planted a little while beforehand. That's that. That was that neon agent, I think. There was a specific ability it used. You just briefly on the camera, you two. Excuse me, many get embarrassed when they see themselves. Nothing, never mind. I'll still contribute when I can. The nature is playing cyber soldier. It's not actually something that I'd ever describe as an easy job. But you need to find other stuff that gets you interested. Or, stuff you really like to do. Those interests can get others along the way. That ended much quicker than I was ready for. Timeout, I think, at Team T1. Just them pointing that one had the early surge. This and then just only then. If you ask me, they've actually hit quite hard right afterward. That's that. That all actually ended pretty quickly. It took roughly 5 seconds, just, I think, about 8 kills. It was just then searching, well, just how clean it actually does look within the actual stream here. Great amount of skipped frames, yes, but hey, it still maintains the 120 FPS frame rate relatively consistently. Well, when looking at least from a relatively inferior PC build with streaming capacities or whatever the case. Yeah, well, they've started about 15 to 20 seconds ago on this 5th round, which is that break, as I said, the timeout from Team T1. It's a deep push in the Zeta division. In they come once more, overwhelms once again in the members up in the Zeta division, but here in is Izu and Buzz. But Izu was killed off. It was a double play, but that was as far as it went. That and defused the spike, I think. I think was the result in that round. Yep. No, frankly, running it in slow motion would make better sense. No, Depth actually took the last combatant out. That's actually my misunderstanding there. They didn't defuse the spike. But yeah, starting again. I mean, the tall order here trying to take 4 combatants out just when your last one standing gets, usually a near impossible thing. I mean, aces I've seen a great many times since first watching it back in 2021, so when first really watching it back in 2021, right after the many plays at Counter-Strike Global Offensive and PUBG, you know. That and then they moved and to one product to another. At the points, it's slightly in T1's favor on this round, down to a 2-on-3. In after that aforementioned team's favor, Spike then is planted in the stacks of T1. He's still laying here and still waiting for additional members to come in. And a double from Team T1, that's the rest of that out of the way. It locks back up. The round wins 3-all at the moment. Halfway into, well, it's a quarter, halfway through on the first half. 6 rounds completed. Relatively well played, I may also add, to the mixture of smaller plays too. Just one line of resistance which was eliminated early. Start of round number 7. And just as I speak, lobby is full. It's then filled. Only then. Stand by, that will be a while before it starts. Fine, we'll roll this one up. Well, in the case, this is a 5-on-3 Team T1. There's a small lull. Small layer of indecision that's actually occurring on the top brass at the moment in the Zeta division. I mean, they're underhanded. There's a 3-on-5, I said. 30 remains in regulation. There's a half chance could deliver Master Stroke. It's... yeah... well... rather desperate. But it might be safer just to just fall back. Well, anyway, Spike's then planted, just in a moment. We're just about to go live in right now. Well, not yet. No. Yeah, now. Get on it. Relatively easy pickings when these other members. Flawless round, no casualties in the T1 team. Yet maintain that combination to speaking and using the commentary for this event. Impressive. Well, that's at least what I think, but... why discern it? There'll need to be some fight back up from the opposing... the opposition. Pedal back. Shouldn't have exaggerated, two little lines. There's no effect in the Hunter's Fury. Just checking in what's next. Struck you. It's just then. Yeah! This is with 4 out of the 5 eliminations in that round. And there's another for Team T1. Used 2 or 3 other members of the team were alive as well at the end of the round. Search and replay. Yes, near perfect sync. Really on those coordination. Same page stuff. Showtime once more. Round number 9. In those in that pocket, one which went rogue just for a little while. In scouting, just check if any hints of the threats which lurk beyond, of course. There weren't any additional other threats close by, just that one. Down there. Slight damage, if I be frank. Light damage to the enemy. Running out of time and the opportunity to plant the spike. Here it is. They really fully utilized the clock there. There's just only one kill in that whole exchange. Multiple. little plays have come now. Getting a little harder. Double take. There we are. With another, well, it's a round this time where it came back with some teeth. Team Zeta Division. Yeah, just try to then think. Three players still survived at the end of it. Well, yes. Difficult it can be occasionally. Few still remains in the half before this. It could either go 7-5 or 6-all at the rate this goes here. In my mind, anyway. 2 seconds. Yep, it starts. More aggressive than normal. The little maneuvers by members of T1. No kills us yet. Just regrouped and the different plan looks like it's being utilized here. There's a push. And Meteor first take. The opponent eliminates the CLZ. But little else happening, but the focus on the A site region. Triple take from the T1 group. Just leave on Shota. Just give it impossible circumstances, basically. To do a clutch ace attempt. No point to lie. That's what's going on. And you'd be better to just try it anyway. 6 points to 5, Team T1 at the moment. With this round done and done. And, 30-point margin. Another that's just drifted without even mentioning that group who started really strong at the at the start. Anyway. Still coming to the close of this. Nope. Finish that combatant and go home. Well, now Spike's then planted. And it's a 5-on-4. That's in the Zeta Division's favor. The C site area begins to push in earnest. The members of Zeta Division could be a mistake. And there's another take with Izu as Sova and the Hunter's Fury. Then a triple for Meteor at the end of this. One where maybe, if it didn't intervene in the manner it did, that could have been the Zeta Division. The Zeta Division group. But I indeed did call it correctly. It wasn't... that actually was indeed a mistaken judgment. Those members of T1. Members of Zeta Division. One final round before the half's done. It's 7 points to 4. Team T1. Last round of this first half. Which started a little while ago. Yeah. it's a bit longer before the original. Yep, until mothers come. It's the moment to hit them. Well, there's only the loss of Meteor in Team T1. It's 5-on-4. And then, after Spike, then planted, there's another thing, Savan, Shota. At the A-site area is where the exchanges are all occurring in. Pushing, and Depp and Sugar Zero with respective eliminations. It's down to a 4-on-2, and closes the other two out. I mean, Xiddle and Sugar Zero. And Team Ace, is it? Just about to then check. Defusal complete. It seemed like it was just a straight win, but it was nearly a Team Ace. Just in that round. 7 points, 5. It'll be a while before then the start of the next half. I'll say to that. In relation of battles at those tournaments going on Counter-Strike 2 in that front. Yes, I just trying to observe the upcoming events again, just as I'm just a bit baffled. Well, the one tonight reads here is the Elisa Masters Espo event. There's nothing real, no other large ones until the next one of the ESL 1 in Katowice. But that's, yeah, well, it shows of the event guide here for at least the larger, the higher level events. Fine, well, yeah, that halftime break now done, so they'll be on in 15 or so seconds. Beginning of the second half. Tough still to then question where this could potentially go. They're off now. Keep laying down and watching. Quick boot up. Another 30 seconds. Adds up this blocker now. Turn this back to full screen. It's down to 4-on-3. Zeta division. 4-on-3 there. Play count. 50 seconds in regulation. It's still scattered as the members of where they are at in the map. 40 remaining. Still no real action. It's in the corridors between B and C as those members in Zeta division. And still, in the T1 defenders are still defending on the A area. Making the move to C is the attackers to plant the spike. Seeing Xiddle in there. I really care for their names nowadays, so let's call them as it is. Clearly they already have them right where they would want them. Barring, of course, the near impossible was pulled off in there by the members of T1 in this circumstance. Low probability, that's all I can say. It still could happen. They might have left a bit too late, in my opinion. They still haven't charged. Now they do. Was able to claim 3 of the 4. Detonation already happened, though. Didn't do too badly. I never unveil a poker face in that situation. Don't be thinking I'm stupid in that sense. Well, if I remained... Well, still, yeah, I would have been just another piece of paper just to be ripped holes in. It's real tight though in this battle. And round 14 has started, second round of the second half. Cautious approach this time. In there by that Zeta division. Yeah, Zeta team, attackers, T1 team, defenders. Too low in the end. And still no kills, 60 remaining in regulation. Yeah, just the closing... the placement of opponents and so on. First take is, remember, Zeta division. Retreats again, making the move once again to the C site. Really put a thumbs up on that. I mean, he's still there now. Actually, was better than, well, the other normal tactics that some of them do in that situation. Still alive, yeah, only just. Anyway, that's the opponent. Really a flawless round. The Zeta division. Well, there's one elimination from Stacks. It won't be a flawless round now. Spike's then planted, in any case, it should detonate shortly. That or the elimination will unfold. The former happened first. Locked in 7 points all. Right afterward. Still then the question, the timeouts? Is now the time to use that or start it on the next? Just then to figure what T1's plan then is keep going. Use the other timeout now. To me, I feel it's a bit early. Wait another round. That's what I would do, but check what wraps up. This is another angle where it shows a little celebration of the members of the Zeta division team. And they're in an actual stage, as I think we both already realize now. Complete with a fairly packed sort of stadium. Either way. I just will repeat it again. Just Team T1 and Zeta division were actually the first two teams which I actually watched in this event. In in the first round, whichever the case. That's just to put that in context. Yeah, but the risks then weren't exactly as high. This, although different circumstances, grand final, as well as it's the first of 3 map wins will win the event. Speaking of such, it's a deep push in from members of T1. 5-on-1 now. It's not a flawless round. This was the last save from CLZ before, Sylvan, I mean. Sorry, CLZ. Yeah, CLZ before being then taken out. Was that Sylvan? Actually, read it incorrectly. Then CLZ then was eliminated immediately afterward. That's how it unfolded. I mean, that's just a bit of a fault. That's nothing. This is way too much nowadays. It's just no joke. I do it too much these days. That is just commentary events. I did a couple of them. Excuse me, Major League Baseball earlier. Rather familiar with many of the terms. Strange, really, than you then think. Well, felt in a sense there's still a great deal of stakes involved on the battle of, Dodgers against the Mets. Yes, I'm already familiar with the history of a few, whereabouts actually a couple of those members of the Dodgers, so don't come around and tell me about that bit again, because I really don't want to get onto that. The gap, I think, only closed a little. Still lose in normal circumstances. Didn't see that any case of flurry. Take it! And somehow did, well, get out of that situation in one piece in that case, but move on. Really. Thumbs up this time. Clairvoyance. I can't say much else than that. Getting deeper on the round here. Then the spike's been planted, with about 17 seconds of regulation still left. Yes. And I'm still just gonna follow up what's going on down here. I feel we'll be waiting a while for the next group then enter. A couple of hits, but it's still was in the bounds at that point. Yes, but it left CLZ once again as the last member alive in the Zeta division. Had to make the attempt on a 1-on-3. Really, well, it's nearly impossible if you then consider that the fuse was still ticking at a point that was right on the verge, really, and the point that it either would defuse or detonate in that situation. Much of the damage seemingly would have been done toward the tail end, down to a 1 versus 3 in the case. At that conclusion there, isn't too much really else that was there, but those moments will still be critical. Just check here. Close to 20 seconds in, making an aggressive push into the A site of the members of the Zeta division. So a few swings easily with the double, triple, and then killed the Meteor. Yep, with a 4th threat, but there still is this Siota. And Stax then was killed just at that point, as I said earlier. Siota alone. It's a 1-on-2. Straightforward up in the end. Meteor who takes Siota. Little to no reaction speed. Reaction time, I mean. Oh, wait a moment. Begins in about 20 seconds. It just was assuming it was just jumping straight in. Get a little distracted. I mean, the main event that I'm actually just focused on right now. Push. Here we go again. Place that back on full screen. is now respawned. Time to get on the move. But yep, round 18 at the moment. It's 10 points to 7. T1, 10 points. It's at the 7 points. 4 on 4. It's 55 seconds remaining in this round. Jeez, and this is yes, and it's that slow move. Well, that corridor which leading to the A site is where the attackers at. With a 3 and 1 structure on the defense side, where 3 are at A and 1 at C. A small exchange of attacks, but there's the turn. It seems that they're pushing into the C area now. Just while there's one that's the decoy or to distract, the one that's distracting those other members of T1. Yeah. Small attacks in there. There was one sniper kill on the Fimbaz before being eliminated by Siota. Spike then is planted with about 2 or 3 seconds still left in the clock. It's down to 2 on 3 Izu eliminates Siota. Eliminating Siota. It's a double push. Sugar Zero, Deb, and Dep, they both were taken out. And Sugar Zero is eliminated, and the last kill between Dep and Izu is Dep. Meaning that it was victory in there for the Zeta division. Quick action, yes. Claiming another. Abilities of clutching sometimes. You'll have to just check it. Ooh, tight quarters. Come to the last once more. With that matter out of the way. It was a small wait, no timeouts. Start of round 19. Where to now? Change the loadout. Don't think I've used loadout 5 through the entirety of this stream until just now. Proximity mine. Bad placement. Even worse than that sometimes. Yep, it's that push into side A. One railing back. It comes in a small flurry. Sultan, 2 kills from Dep as well. And then that leaves only Stacks and Baz alive, but it's a 4 on 2 against him. It was I'm gonna say 4 on 2, 4 on Zeta and 2 on T1. And another kill from Dep. So 4 on 1 now. And the last kill to Sugar Zero. And then it's an additional point, which the gap, or I should say margin, 1 point. Yes. Felt like one of those other members of T1 was just a little distracted or wasn't exactly focused in the situation. Really unleash. Just a little harder this time. That end, the focus is a little cleaner. Still, hey. This is probably the symptom where maybe using a timeout could have been the point then, but there's another round that's running without either team bringing a timeout then. The balance is starting to just shift again. Yeah. Well, based on the way that I've seen the strategies of the two teams, this should lock up at the end of this round. Minute 15 regulation. Comes heated. It's a 5 kills just in a span of a second or second and a half. It's a 3 on 2, 60 seconds remaining. Regulation. Yeah, potential easy take. No, Baz was at it. He's still attempting an ace play. 3 out of 5 at the moment. But it's 2 on 2. It could be eliminated just now. Blade Storm, ultimate ability. Plays as Jet, as I think you're probably here now. So small lull, spikes planted right now. It's still, yep, Sultan, CLZ, and there's Baz and Izu of T1. And there's still no kills as yet. Then waiting then. push in right now. Yep, denied. And through those two other members of Zeta Division, yes, and another. Round was won. That but it was much more 50-50 in this situation. Yes. There's another that, depending really on the timings, which one would push through. I won't say much else than that. Hit him! Let's do it one more time. Isn't much to really lose now. Execution needs to be really clear. They might have a flurry. Yeah, was seeing one other individual seeming to be on the case. It's a 100-96 victory here. That other Splinter Cell. Smokey the Bandit, I assume that's what the actual name in there from the other team. As well as the only individual which had single-digit death count as well. Still. In the losing end, but still. Isn't very much then to really explain again, did I? A great deal of assumptions we to pull. Super play in there for Meteor. So it's just well, I don't really think it was flipping that story much. I think they were relatively dominant on that round. The 21st round is complete. It's just 10 seconds in at this 22nd round. It's 11-10 in T1's favor at this time. Let's just see then what's up next. So you're between both the B and the A sites in that area. A great deal of strategic moves then comes through. Still showing nothing. The push, I feel, will be coming in a few little seconds, I feel. But yeah, the first elimination. So then a 5-on-4 in T1 and another three more eliminations for T1. It was on a 5-on-2 at the moment. The CLZ's just well, I was about to say the last one left, and Sylvan eliminates said player and he's a headshot. Yeah, counter get it was either one casualty. It was 4 remaining or 3 remaining at the end of that round. Happened a bit quicker than even I was able to track, but hey. It's back-to-back down match point right after the end of that round. But yes, no timeout unutilized. It's still 2 rounds left if it pushed into it. It's a must succeed firstly here in this round with the Zeta Division. In the round, where they move next, that's important. The next push runs the ultimate ability depth as Neon, no effect. Izu eliminates that player. No kills on the other end. It's 5-on-4 at the moment. 60 remains on regulation. It's just the one other player that was just to wait for in this lobby. And moving in stacks with the elimination of Ciota. As a 5-on-3. Gets real desperate. 2 more eliminations. But shortly right after I say so, the last kill folds right there. T1 team victorious. So a small waiter. Right now. Yeah. Yeah, I've just placed my votes for Arena. You feel like I was saying a woman's name or something? Wouldn't really be concerned which way. No, I'm fine with Mayday too, to some degree. Just me too here. Pardon me. Australia lobby again. Another, well, roughly 15 seconds before it's to move in. Stand by. Ready to go in a moment. Move! Can't exaggerate. Just get your pistol. Just push just a little harder with it. Right. Advancing. Range of mind games just come around, huh? Keep it quiet. Would have stopped all three where they were. Wrong target. Right, resetting. Escaping this time. Keep that on 3R. Absolutely nothing. As I was sniped. Just never had a chance really to shine that time. One, two. Yep. Another teammate that has just taken out. And there's a couple of others too. Get a very clear, never even picked the read. In the second target, and we proceed into the next. And there still will be a little time before they start again. There's a little cheer squad out there. Seriously, you don't see the DJ nowhere? Anyway, well, that's what's unfolding. Still, Anyway. No. Wasn't much up. Just some hosts over there, just at the place. Just doing, you know. At the looks of it, like interviewing some of the members and the actual audience there. It isn't exactly anything I'd describe as significant. There's just a fair break. Might be in for a long ride tonight, you know. If I happen to just end up this game beforehand, I'll keep on rolling that. Run this as long as I physically can. As well, excuse me, as long as the host physically can do so. Unlike some of the members down in the... where I normally affiliate myself as being... well, technically, we are the same entity. Yes, technically we are the same entity. Is myself and 12. Normally would want to affiliate it on the perspective that I am the other side. 12, the host side. Full control. Sometimes we do differ in opinions. It's just nature. What's better? Speaking with spectrum. Excuse me. An abnormality. Wasn't my own fault, I assure you. This is unusual tracking. That's just how it was. I'm able to still keep control. I feel I'm in the background, just telling you now. Small flurry of kills at the opposing team. Little else is up at this time, but they just feel just slightly warmer. Yes, anyway. Loadout's 1 to finish it off, if we get the chance to actually switch up. Nope. Well, it's done. I was nearly completely... still was present there, but never really had any input. Oh, Blitz. One advantage, though, is I was one of the 2 members with a single-digit death count. Keep eating up. Other small biscuit. Let's turn this up. It's because the birds are chirping out there. And another one. For some of these others. Their game time. Anyway, had to put the notification off. Leave this running, give the, I'll just leave that microphone as is. Just usually adjust the, excuse me, that gain knob on the microphone, excuse me, audio interface. Jumping in shortly. I want to be involved in this one. Too many green players. Somewhere in the middle of December, that's when the next season will be live, huh? Chirping again. Yep. Another new skin. Normal. May add too that second second match starting in 8 seconds. Relatively bad habit in many ways. Talking with your mouth full of food and stuff. You occasionally can't help it, though. When the intention really wants to speak specific something else. It's just another chocolate biscuit. Sweet, I know. It's the same with the aftertaste. Oh, nicely done up there from a double take from Depp. That second actually was a bit harder than you normally would expect. Standards of service, Savannah and Buzz both eliminated. Comes the counterattack. No, Ascent. This is the map where these teams now are playing. A 3v3 at the moment. 30 seconds remains in regulation. Defenders move the attackers both into the B site. The resistance is close by. Plants the spike. Then, these other combatants will emerge off. Nearly no reaction. Is to eliminate Shota. Head shot in that, and a double. And Meteor with the last kill in that exchange. Relatively predictable. No point to then be dishonest in it. Conditions are starting to rain more intensely. Listen to this stuff. No, it is the truth. It's just that. Yeah, but anyway, while I'm was just in there, just need to dial down that, be dialing it down to the fan speed, highest level to the next, I mean from the highest level to the next lowest one. Let's just break it down now. Excuse me, no. Another win, I think, of T1. As shown the replay to the events on it. When it matters, another two members or 3 members are still alive at in the conclusion. And then here we are, round 3. 2 seconds, 1 second. Gates open. Still observing in on half chance to this combatant, which had Meteor, his Killjoy. Hit. This retreats back. And then the rest of the collective, separate from that individual player. In comes the rest of them. The pieces in place, just then awaits the next maneuver. First elimination, Depp who kills off Meteor. But nothing really outside of it. A range of abilities have been utilized now. The focus now on the A site, which then stacks in there with plants the spike. That easily eliminates CLZ. Then there's a 4-on-4 battle. The ins and the outs. A little verticality with this little exchange. Deception. Multiple pushes. Sequential order. Excuse me, the three eliminations, T1. Without none of the members of the Zeta division counterattacking. The replay is just only now checking. Near impossible, really, to figure out how you can actually counter back. And even it's actually a problem too, of course, if you're out of ammunition in that exact moment. Match starts shortly. Showtime. Here we go now. You can just flaunt off the, well, this skin anyway, to this Mark 20 SR rifle. The adjustment, that way. Yeah, in that situation, maybe the timing goes bad. I want to be clear. Just checking the progress up in the next encounter. Majority of them planted on 4th round, just 4 on 4 at the moment. The double take in there from the members of Zeta division, it's 4 on 2 now. Savan, one threat only killed. Everybody else just came in. That drone. Just trying to then remember. Incinerator drone. Now, isn't really the best way to go there, 12. Keep it pushing. No, I don't really like that idea. Head back. It's riskier, but maybe we can get an aim or two. Right. Regrouped. Just leave it to you then. Take it out. The opposite direction of where it needs to be. Right, the 5th round, 28 seconds left. To that battle was 5 on 4 briefly. Then just multiple ins and outs. Three takes in there, I think, from the Zeta division. It's 4 now. It's down to 4 versus 1. And 10 remains in regulation. Nope, it's all seemingly said and done. 2 points to 3 points. Yep. Push! Then Izu does put a post-kill. Still remains alive at the end of that. A post-round, I should say. spawned somewhere. Indeed. Could be anywhere. Dressed in Wally outfit. Wally outfit. And that's one of the reasons he's telling them just to ask that simple question. Well, where are they? Sometimes you have to ask. Seem to notice. Get back. Yeah. Tough reading. Unnecessary, I would feel thrown at the drone. Yeah, well, point blank. You're phasing through those bodies too. It's something you would realize every once in a while if you've been watching enough of stuff. There was another, I think, winning round for T1, where there's a promotion specifically of two women, yes. To their representation of T1. Replay showing that it was just very dominant play in the members of T1. No, it's another round has already started. Pardon me. 4 points, 2 points. T1 against Zeta Division. This includes, of course, the previous map win, being the first and only one so far. Just checking. 55 seconds remaining in regulation. No kills as yet. Focus mainly on the B, on the A site. Spike in is just then planted. And still no kills as yet. Just until you assume right now. Now there was. But it's at the moment only that one. There's a push. It's back and forth. Another back and forth. It's 3-on-2. Double take from Buzz. Gets the last combatant. It's another winning round after for T1. 3 survivors in the round. Yeah. Let's not mess up. It's still real tight here. This is now the third consecutive match where I kept my headphones off and just focusing purely just of the feel and, well, the look and feel, but not the hear. Take one of the senses away. It deliberately did so. I mean, there's nothing I can say. I mean, sound alright. Passes as you'd expect. Wasn't. You take lead. Have your number. Well, just at least in my instinct in my own head, that I felt like I only did just enough. I think you're correct. Last push. Shit. Hit him! From the back! Right on the verge, really, of choking that. 1 point win. It's really where it can come. Yeah, well, it's still not a joke. I just said what I said. Was the case? Yeah. Yeah, doubling in the fact which I wasn't fast enough to turn back and attack. What's done is done. Let's briefly just take a little time off to watch that other event. Just checking how this closed out, and at least in this channel. Let's still stay reserved in exactly what I said. Take the matter out of the way. Stick in. Give it everything. Been the last combatant in the Zeta division. Still don't think I could see the potential for that. Should have reloaded. Just do this weapon switch. It's your moment, I'd say, to get in. If you find him, take him out. Never reading where that other enemy was at. Was not able in the situation to cut through. 7-2. Still 3 in regulation left. You already know T1's ahead, 7 points to 2. So he's only ready to thin. Yeah, no, yeah, we're in. Smaller nuances, just the very certain strategies, just hitting in. Yeah, look, I want vote. Use the time. Zeta division, timeout. At the least a minute 15 before they start once more. Noodleplex. Noodleplex. You just said Noodleplex. Reminiscent, I think. Was it one of Amazon's products? Sounded? Yeah. It was something. It's just tough to really answer. Set. Yep, moving. As well as this, with the timeout now used, starting in 3 seconds. Yep. Moving as those members was taking a rather desperate push then. Yeah, a small flurry of kills. The other team. Just in this match here. See then what's in next. Attack is where they're mainly focusing in the B area. 3 exits, yes, I know that. And the jet battle and Buzz eliminates death in that case. It's been quiet after that. And there's three additional... Yeah. With 3 other takes from T1, it's a 5-on-1. Strategy which, well, they screwed up. They did members in the Zeta division once more. That and a lot, yeah. Collects the last kill without losing a casualty. 2 still left in this half. Uncommon to see that. Posal position. I really had you number 2. Keep pushing. It'll do. Double take. It's 56 seconds still left. Nah, no kills as yet. We're still just attacking, and then we're... Well... We're gonna remain quiet a little longer before the actual threat comes in. 40 left in regulation. And still no kills. The push then is for the A side. The exchange has already comes around. Now the width of the whipping, using Hunter's Fury, no effect there. Down to a 4-on-4, it's been 1 kill each way. Focus then is on A side. Well, that's up. Maintain up. Stay. With you. Not dead yet. Incendiary damage eliminates that target. It's a push. Quick reaction. It was nearly a double and complete misread. Up from the members of the Zeta division, and there's the turnover there. 1 counter. As well as 1 combatant, I think, was left standing in T1. There's 9 points to 2 points. 1 round left at the second at this half. Before turnover, changeover. This is maintain, keeping this weapon. This same loadout all this tape. Backing off now. And continued domination. I wouldn't say exactly of the opposite directive. It begins relentlessly, unlike the other 11 rounds. Shake up. So what's going on now? 1 kill each way. It just came heavy. So it seems after the double in there from Sugar Zero, it's 3-on-2. It's still... Excuse me, now it's all done. Double there from Dep, which is closing the point in maybe just a bit of venting, but frustration and some negative energy too. Well, what works works. Won't work every time though. I mean, the nature of many of that. Semtex kill. Shit. Right at the halftime, 9 points to 3. Fair climb, though. The T1 team do have it in control to a degree. Critically is where the next 2 will ride. After both the change and how the first 2 rounds would then fold. Yep, 14 is the current margin to this match. Indeed, really should have just made the quick twist. Never reload in those situations. Or at least, try to not reload as often as you can. Okay. Won't matter how hard we push now. I mean, this is more or less cut into dry. Start again at 30. Done. Take a break. We'll still let it run. In both this and yes, this battle. So RTR. 1 minute 27 regulation remaining is 15 seconds in. Flushing. The jet fighting again, Buzz wins against Step. Turn right back into the main menu. Let's just keep it there for a while. Well, just rest the wrists a little. It's your turn. There's a double take. It eliminates not just of Meteor, but Stacks as well. Then there's a counter shot in there. An Izu headshot to Syota. 3 on 2 in Zeta team's favor. The spike then planted. Yeah, that was when 45 seconds was left. Quietly now. The two solvers are nearby. Hit! And the other flinched briefly. They just turned that, and the Zeta division were victorious in that. 3 survivors were left. It's execution. 2 little turns there where they just had it slightly in their favor. Stand by. 2 seconds. Gates open. It's the 14th round. It's getting in real heavy. Yeah, just a second. And it's been 2 kills against 1 kill. Another attempt up there. It's where the first exchange of gunfire is done. Members repositioning now. Meteor easy take of ECLZ. The rest, where it was virtually the perfect counterattack by the Zeta division. Back-to-back wins. So, just down to just 4 points now, the margin. To their capability, unless that there's use of a timeout, just subdue the subject. And they're still checking. Let's say, well, at the very moment, probably a few moments that's been in the Zeta division team's advantage. Wasn't exactly in place of the dart then. It was a bit short. It hit at the roof of one of the buildings. 80 seconds in regulation. But then the attacks just start to come. The first strikes in from T1. Triple take from that said team. It's really impossible in the cases then to counter back. And a 4th take from T1. In the verge of winning another flawless round here. 50 plus bullets just on the wall. I mean, a clutch H's attempt is on, and we already know. normally anyway. There's a small lull before the action comes back again. Well, at least give it a wallop. In the placement, though, too vulnerable. Chink, there we are. Yep, flaw. Yeah. One casualty. But still, it was in full control, more or less. Just shows the replay. Just wait now for the next move. Just place the microphone volume up. Start once more, momentarily. It's two groups here. One with 3 members, one with 2. But the ones with the 2 are in B, and the other group chose to split again. It's a 2-2-1 formation in the attackers. Yep. The utility of that light machine gun, no effect. Still no kills as yet. 63 seconds remaining. The inverse effect occurred. But yeah, the first kill, just with those 2 that were just head to foot, head to toe is another way you can say that. But only that first tick. But yeah, there's the exchange which is in now. The conflict, some fighting on the A area and the B area. Currently 4 versus 2. In Team C1's favor. 20 remains in regulation. This is the push. Yeah, working. Execution. Yeah, but in the case, Izu, double tick. Closing. B. Back, yeah. We just in the points, yeah. Back-to-back map wins isn't too far off. So we'll take a bit of time, well, just to relax the arms. A timeout won't be used here. It'll be maybe the next round, but it may be insignificant to use it. Round number 17. Well, it probably won't matter. But you just probably do this in a pinch. Some of the plays in from the members of T1 is just too sharp. Whoa! Yes, they're in a real rush. It's 4 kills out of 5 just in 3 or 4 seconds of action. A 1v5 is a circumstance. It's done, more or less, yeah. It was the flawless round. And yeah, we nearly messed this one up. Yeah, well, there's many groups of other streamers would also go live roughly 5 o'clock here, so... A moment really where they can come in, just, the usual routine. Many of them just do their usual routine. Next round in. And match points as well. He eliminates this enemy just through the walls and with over 20 rounds with that light machine gun. It happens also to be the only kill in this one at the moment. Yeah. It's more or less counted, locked in. Be resistance, just a bit. But it just might grow. True, the group look like they're done for. Would be... You could check it for yourself, you'll understand. An off chance that could... No, it's not going to turn around. Savan takes all 3 of the other combatants out and just sweeps this up. A 13-5 victory. And we'll get off. We'll just head off briefly. Speak shortly. Be off indefinitely. If you do hear, you'll hear that I'll get in. I've raised up the microphone's volume, so yeah, we'll see. Gets in. Strange to have sweated this much, huh? The wrist aren't really as shut as I feared it was. Would have abruptly ended if I knew it was. But seriously, still have that knack. Still don't want to give it up. I said at one point I did have a soft limit with the pressure. It still isn't a joke. I'm still sort of in the middle of that said pressure. Yes. Turn that around. Just head out again. Let's get out once again, okay? there's some of us players here which continue until their bodies really pass out on them. Quite often, can find a little extra energy to push until I feel I've hit a real limit. It does take time. Many play it safe and they just wait until just a little longer to figure if they can actually maintain, playing for an additional match or for an extra 10 minutes of action or those little things. And then many of us others are just continue grinding until our bodies start to just fail. And the point that you're potentially collapsing a bit under the high pressure. Still pushing on. Even I'm surprised I made it this far, at least given the state of how the arms are feeling. I'm still doing nice enough. Dude runs without ever taking any drugs of any sort. But doesn't take painkillers here and there. At the moment, if you feel alright, just keep going. It may exactly be the best option. Just use a safety net sometimes. So it depends, of course, if you're trying to get familiar by the art. Sometimes I need to take relatively fair amount of my time just to take a small break. Recuperate from sometimes some intense situations. Would be unwise really to give in. There's still enough players really to just remain in the play. To maintain some fairness, that isn't exactly easy. Sure, you might consider me a little more casual and safer than some other players. I still don't care what they say. If I just find the rush matters, then I'll stick with it. There's barely anyone who does run this in that other part of the world when it's so dominated, of course, by Valorant and other games. What would I know, though? It's not exactly something that's easy to just speak about. Yes. Nuts. I'm really just checking exactly how long I've ran for. And I never actually left the place all this time either, but it doesn't matter. I mean, if I'm grinding these sort of games that I already have to be aware, this can't just be consistently done, you know? For someone that's actually just done it, you know, as I said, through the tunnel for as long as this dude has. Still doesn't exactly mean it's easy. Don't matter which experiences you've gathered in your life. Keep some of the windows open. Be a little flexible with the options that are available. Sometimes feel like you can just make a mini-series. Just check how important some of our, habits as older streamers are. It still need another 5 minutes at the least. Show will be on shortly on the other event. Start in 35 seconds. Now that out of the way, the opening round of that match. Yes. Perhaps a replay I have to see from 3 separate points of view, I feel, to really get the understanding of what unfolded. 2 survivors remained in Team 2-1. Both sides just swarmed at each other. That's more or less what happened at the opening round of that match. As it is, yes, it's 2 points, excuse me, we have 2 map points to 0 in the T1 team. Let me see then, what's up? Still speaking a little away from the microphone. We'll be doing this all for a while. Yeah, but there's another round. It's not finished then. I was just checking away from the situation. Well, there you have that. Excuse me, Z-Television. Able with it, yeah. Countering successfully there. It's starting on shortly, I can assure you. You're ready to roll in a moment. Thought I'd put the timer up. It's starting to rain out here too. Fly on the other end. It's ready to shortly. That'd be fair. Yep. Disengaging. Back in. One moment. Yes, no, we're in the lobby. It'll be a bit of time. Yeah, update with this event. Well, 2 points to 1 in Z Television's favor. The fourth round, it's 62 left. With no kills as yet. Still, the time's ticking. Well, this current map will be the final map, or will be at least the third of 4. Sunset, that's this map. Be at Bind in the next map. Surprise attack! Which happens also to be the very first of the takes. But there's the hard counter. Double from tap! And there's 2 others up there from the Zeta division closing the door. Spike then planted right afterward. Another victory. Just getting in that groove. Just sit and wait now. Take a look what else is up. Just preparing, just as there's more members getting filled in. Yes, sir. Standing by. In air and space. Well, that's the next place we'll be at. Excuse me. 6th round. Right here. 75 remaining in regulation. It's not, nothing in the case, it's mostly safe maneuvers at the moment. Still no kills as yet. Right, yep, it's all set. It'll be a little while before that we get moving. Maybe a half chance. But to come through. Position set. Yep, now we're moving. But just in the check. And 23 seconds left, still no kills as yet. Next is the steeper push. Just awaiting then the next course. Anything to push on there, it's about 3 takes. It's actually 3 takes each way. That's meteor then eliminates Sultan. It's only 1 on head. No winners. Defenders are the winners, I think. I was meant to stick them. Spike just before the time ran out, and the latter actually happened. The time actually ran out. A little off the on it. I think one move there turned that round around. Where yeah, T1 victorious by I feel about a couple of seconds. Clear. Make the push. Make it in the interception. Push through. Take the round away. Good not to get to that number. As I was supposing I would. Didn't. The incinerator drone just put there. Head back. Get around now. complex in which, well, in the 7th round only just ended. Another victory up there for the Zeta division. With the spike in, which detonated only there, and then, well, I'll show them the replay now, but a few once again. It looked like all the kills were depths, I think. An ace attempt, I think, was only blown in those moments, I feel. Still. This little feeling at the start, I feel that it's exposed more like, well, intense fireworks would. And they'll need to do a lot of that to get even with the T1 team of the Zeta division. Up. Yeah, a few pushes. It's a timeout where it's a little while before it does conclude. 25 to 30, I feel. 25-point margin currently up here. Additional, well, a bit of splash damage to the second command. Taking only the one. Weapons up. Another nearby. Two of them. Moment to slip. You know, in other words, to do the slide and attack. Yeah, a bit late pulling it off. Yeah. Good pushing. Too risky, I feel. No matter where you're on, you'll be eliminated no matter what happens. Very rarely feel like there's a blamed spot in those cases. Straight. A pinpoint grenade in case eliminates one. It does occur every once in a while. Clean. But the next one may not be so. There's a second push. Zeta division, yes. Giving little to no opportunity for those other members to counter back. So that's another winning ground up to the Zeta division. But I'm just waiting 16 more seconds. 14 seconds. So that's once again round number 9. It is. It's 6 points to 2 up. Zeta division of T1. A drag in the end, isn't it? Stay around. Yeah. Next time we ask him if they know Kung Fu. They may answer yes. Yeah, in this situation, 40 seconds remaining, 2-on-1 in T1's favor. So it's Ciota against Buzz and Izu. Gets away now. Connection, but yeah, it's a little offline. The move of Ciota. So it was Buzz eliminates said player and head shot as well. And still 3 to go in this half. Right after that one. 15 to 20 before it starts again. Showtime once more. Punch blank! Buzz with a double. That was in rather difficult circumstances. Triple kill from Buzz. And T1. 5-on-2 now. 80 seconds remain in regulation. Should be 6 points. Yeah, 6 points to 4 right afterward. It isn't locked in yet. 2-on-5 clutch attempt. That's what it leaves. Down to now just 1. Yeah, it's the end should be inevitable in this round, but in a moment. 54 left. Yeah, one take. It's too far away to, at the least, thwart the members who threw a squad wipe. Don't see it happen. Seen some rather extraordinary things at times, but it's just a low probability that unfolds. Elimination. Just let it drift. Still took 1 with that combatant. It's 2 left now. The 11th round to come. Still need to see if you're prepared to check what happens next. Out they now move. There's 7 of the 12 just in the B area. More members which are in the attacking side, or in this case, the Zeta division. Any moment, we'll put the push in. Set! Split formation. And since just a little regroup, we're still having 1 to, be a decoy in the B area, in case. The other players which have done the shift in from the A area. It feels like another switch in the tactics here. Be more confident on the choices now. It's under 30 left. Still can't get too reckless here, though. There's still no kills yet after. Minute and 25 seconds. Kills now come now. 3 takes in there from T1. But then there's the flip. Here comes Depp. Just only the 1 kill, I'm afraid. There's Buzz eliminates said player. Right, it's 6 points to 5. 1 round left to go up. Time up now. Still waiting. Still a few additional hands. just filled in just then. Wait just a little longer. Actually, we're actually in. Add to the blocker. Let's get in this show. Just Monica. There she is again. That's amazing. That's it. Nah, it's only a name. So, something to forget about. The really dark themes that was actually in Doki Doki Literature Club. I probably never go back, but I really did like the way the characters looked. That was designed, but I've been hearing that the dude that developed it was a hacker himself, but I won't say much more than that. And there were two different versions of the game. Ones I think the others would remember would be, of course, the expanded version. Why I feel it was reinvigorated, I won't say much about it. I mean, slaughter! On that end. PvP in this instance reduced all these rules with the added cheating mechanisms and so on and so forth. You already know the notoriety with, of course, Ricochet. Of a rival game, of course. You know, another of those such systems. Just, predatory pulse, say, you know, like the battle ice system and those sort of systems. There's not that many cheats compared to the other popular games. I'm just trying to think. How many comes? Yeah, but I can't remember. Well, the line I think became a meme, I think. Shortly after it launched, the original version of Doki Doki Literature Club. I don't have very few memories. That's another double entendre in relation of the name. When I said war. At the start. I think I did get it. One say too far. Too overwhelming in this situation there. Respawn and just think clean. Maybe stay close to it. Throw out to your allies here. Not show any holding back here. Continue on. Another was close by. It would have moved around or moved along the off the region. Oh, this is the slightest they get. This question. Deal is a great deal of swinging back and forth. It is, really warrants having to rewatch certain parts of this, just to get a better understanding. It's exclusively just focusing in this battle, not focusing on what's going up. It was actually halftime in the time when it stopped. still have a say. Put your little sticky straight in there. Effectively defenseless in that situation. A small swarm. Get a counter back right now. Not a choice. Stop them where they are. Take the last push. Say too much than that. It feels a little tighter. Maybe, perhaps 100 points to 95 or 94. Well, just chose just to keep it seated. That other side was unable really to bring a counter of our own, but it was actually quite a tight encounter. We did, well, a few things. Determine that what you will. Then get straight back and just check what's up. Seems like it'll be, well, this is really back and forth. Round 15, it's 9.5 instead of team's side, and Spike's just planted just now. It's T1 who's the attackers. But yeah, so 2-on-2 encounter. Clean, no reaction. Here's the last take. Deb took it. Just in that last head-to-head, which was nearly instantly after Stacks eliminating, well, one of his teammates. 10-5! Just after the defusal. It might be interesting to read up what this is all about. When the game is up, the game is up. You heard a lot of sayings in the past. You still believe that you still have to be swallowed up hook, line, and sinker some of this dogma? Oh well. You'd be better off just to do it your own way. Not everyone wants to be drugged, to be lied to. I am 32, and you should know that. No amount of repeated lying to yourself is gonna change the truths. We ain't all F-bombers. Always, sometimes actually use it in normal language. You know what I'm talking about, right? And, it's better just to then try to get your head on right. The world ain't safe. Sometimes you just wonder why these competitive shooters still do exist. I do still like Valorant to a degree. I just still wonder why it hasn't exactly been, as routine as it is. You watch these masters just rep us up. It's not all for the fun of it. Right, games. Why bring in some metas up? There's another win for Zeta Division just there. Can Zach after actually take him out? That's a good question. I mean, it's a bit tougher for me to answer. Then again, not everyone is a fan of Halloween or that other stupid stuff. Halloween or Christmas or that other stupid stuff. Make-believe celebrations for people who don't know what in the world they're talking about. Good liars. Exclaim good night. It would be that normally. It feels like that's going to happen. Shucks, I don't really know what else to repeat. Sometimes the circuit can become an ugly game. I've learned the hard way. Nothing's gonna change the truth. But, I'm just saying. You don't know what's coming now. Let me see here. Let's see where we run. You can't be popular forever. That's why I still hate what Israel's doing, of course. To those other innocent entities. Well, it beats other people living a lie, you know what I'm saying? Wherein, anyway. Many things in the real world can actually literally churn your stomach. It just feels like I've just seen another one right here. Makes you wonder. Then where else are they supposed to go? It's an art I have never fully really grasped. I've been there for a long time, know what I'm talking about. Right, we'll also have to fight even with that pressure. And some quite disturbing content. There's way too much of it. Ever since, well, about 53 weeks, roughly, yeah, about 54 weeks back. There's a small flurry of kills to the, in the opposing team's side. We are not liars. Sure ain't in my early 20s either. What I say is what I say. The difference really, I say it again. I'm not a desperate attention-seeking POS. I wouldn't want to teach you people to be that. The last thing to do is try to become an abusive individual. I've heard this one all before. Respect yourself, and that's not easy. You might start at one level and then you just turn into an unlikable entity. Do you want that? Rage is normal in your life. You know this. Didn't psychologists give you the lessons that you just have to try to be mature with your anger? Unfortunately, some of them do not know how to control themselves in those situations. It's sadly the truth. That's another swarm of which was nearly impossible to counter back with. Still won't stop, no matter what they say. But a lot of crazy stuff. Many starting to be then questioning if this Apex Legends game still should come around. Or a few of these other such games for that matter. I still wouldn't listen to you. It's a world full of some dark realities. And you're the one who has to just stay above the head level. It's easy for some people to become psychotic. You know it. This feels like we're not gonna win this match. So, you still need to keep your head up. Don't bark too loud. Just continue to use... your tactics. Don't give up. I was assuming I already eliminated the threat. Sadly, it wasn't the case there. Just assumed I just took it. Some of it's simply instinctive, but there's not all... I mean, it doesn't apply to everything. I mean, there's another example of that. Right, you still have to fight through some of the evils that live in the world that come and lurk. These are the points of the dark lights through all that neon evil. Corrupt. Mentally. Cold as ice. So that's just the issue. Rescue your brain from, of course, such manipulation of some really dark things that go on. Been there once when the lights went black, so if you assume that there's a welcoming party when there ain't, so how about you double check yourself? Don't matter if you're rich or poor, you're still a glutton. In cases that you still feel like you have some reason, when the reason had long faded and has gone away in the consciousness of the mainstream. And somehow we've locked this back up, little swarm of our own. Well, we're seeing another result. It's currently 12 points to 7 in that other match. As it is, it's, well, still match point to the Zeta division group. Are we still gonna be falling for that trick? It's been going on ever since the 99s. Probably even after that. I mean, before that. Even before. Feel it is. I still say it once more for the record. I am not one to just be swallowed by too much of that empathy. And apathy as well. A little out of line. There's a small difference there. Flow on, just like a little bit of water down there. You can't flow it at every potential area you can, well, run or sprint through, or whatever. It can take a while for that little, sensation on the chin. Just excuse me just a moment. Let's re-engage that. A few little demands I get. Sometimes it's just little changes in reality we live. So there's a couple in the chamber. Switch up. Leave you be. It went on the opposite. Well, it's just made manifest and official. That's a victory in there for the Zeta division. Well, they have one map win in there now. It's, fourth map next. Yeah, I was about to just start shouting something. No. One of the previous encounters where there was 2 bullets in the chamber, that was an M9 pistol. You know, with extended magazine. Well, it's done. Yes, but so was the other game. Which was taking place too. Yep. 7K, the top scorer. Others never were close. Not even touched 4K. 4,000 points. At least in the context I used it in. The Bulls still rush. There's another break I'm about to take. This one's a meal break. Just for the record. Be off for at the least 10 minutes, plus a couple of extra minutes. Yeah, we'll still choose to just continue at a time later, but I'll turn this up. Maybe some other background noises you may hear. Maybe other voices. Well, I think for maintaining some level of secrecy, I'm just gonna put this straight down to 0. And then put it back up when I return. take some time before we really run this back up. Just bear with the moments. The other match finished a little while ago as well. Avoiding what you call any form of division. Are we still gonna let this just slide? Use the dial only a little. Still a few burning feelings. I know you ain't alone. Still need to know the drills. There are still many who still question just how long, well, does this other project go for? Fakes are just varied into many. Still weird, you know? Still don't feel like yelling at this time. Look, I'll give warnings. We'll still take just a little time down here to just consume this. I'm fine, I still shouldn't exaggerate. You endure some pretty dark stuff. Don't be focusing on what's popular. Just do what you love. Being in the cyber tunnel is already, well, great in one thing. And those bridges. And the divide between fiction and reality, that's something, well, relatively extreme. You've been on this just as long as I've been down this road. Ignorance is, well, easy to actually manipulate. Self-control's more important. To at least take away, well, the non-existent sort of, not existent, the deeper fundamentals in control. We can do it our way. Enough of this other nonsense I read. There's many just monstrosities exist. What makes you then think many of these other soldiers is different? Never mind, well, how long I've been down this road. Strip the basic human rights of these types, and there really would be more disorder. Just the dude who says it clear as day. You cannot then avoid the others who talk like, of course, monsters. Yet they don't know that they're down there just being, of course, scumbags in a cult. Ready to be absorbed and brainwashed. Right. So then explain that this little battle only started at the end of the previous round was the opening round, which was won by the Zeta division. There will be pauses during this particular set of commentary. Just explain. There's a super play in there by Depp, triple take. It's practically ended this round. Should be 2-0 shortly. Spike's then planted, but hence they're the attacking team. T1, yes. Effectively no real chance. Shortly, I will then talk, of course, about that next COA. Bit heated. It's a little play from Izu. Just the 3 before being flushed out. Some other threats are lurking. There's that. Replay complete. 2 seconds. Gates open now. Yep, didn't check where they were in. 3rd round. Well, in Bind now is where they are. And Abyss will be the final map. That's if it comes to 5. To the 5th. To a wall in the cases. The first elimination's Izu with 3 kills. An additional from Meteor from T1. It's down to 5-on-1 battle. Get ready now for the next. was dragged out just a little more than normal. Members all reset. Starting momentarily. Or is there time out here? No, under the former. 5 more seconds, then gates will open. There. It's a deeper charge in the members of the Zeta division. Others then swarm in now. We have an additional layer of resistance, but Meteor or 4 of the 5 combatants in ace attempt. Here it comes. Maple? Denied only just. Yeah. Small resistance. Finish with 3 of 3 said players remaining. You get the drill. You're aware. Yeah. Where to now? Consume this. These vegetables first. Rip him. Yeah. Double push. Favors slight on T1's favor. 20 seconds in regulation. It could come really blow them. Yeah. He's down on 1 HP dep, and he's attempts on the cards here. Yeah, no, denied in that instance, but I think then the spike was diffused as well, so there's only 3 is all it could take. But that's where it ends. And just wait then for the next round to roll. No thanks. It's wiser to leave me alone. If I feel in the mood to jump, then I will. Then the next push, and a double from the top. 35 then left, where the spike is about to be planted. The critical lunge, and additional man. Currently, it's 3 players versus 2. 3 in Team Zeta and 2 for Team T1, in terms of player count in this match, in this round. Flipping. It was a double counter. Comes boom there. Where, from one point, it potentially could have been won by T1, yeah, but then Sugar Zero doing the double. Stops the bats where they were. It's your timing. Yeah, no Sugar Zero. Yeah, no. Showtime one and Sugar Zero on the other. The battle could have come away, but clearly more dramatic than the other rounds. 6 rounds completed. Yeah, Sugar Zero. Yeah, that's indeed is the name of the other pattern. But yeah, it was a double from Showtime, but that was in cases where it's virtually in the verge of being impossible to take 2 in that position. Which really was the extra, well, the elite part of that, anyway. So, lovely. You ready to strike hard? And then figure where they'll then get in. Fire that they would. And another harder push. And then from the T1 team, it took all 4 of them without the others resisting, attacking back. So these are the small snacks to just get into before starting again. Start the 8th round. Yeah, its second push gets in throw here. Right. Let's continue to eat. In T1's favor at the moment, double kill. This instance from that meteor. Pulled 4 of them. Wasn't able to succeed on an ace Sylvan when the teammates were eliminated. The 5th combatant. Haven't seen an ace play yet. That is what I haven't seen. Haven't seen one as yet. Isn't that far from 10? Or is it? No, it's actually only a little after 7 o'clock. Seems, look, I probably will continue to stay. Yes, well, I'd say through tonight. Yeah. Just roll this until I'm more or less just feel, yeah. The body begins really collapsing, then that's where it'll end. Another issue sometimes when you breathe lightly, it's a little issue. Another detriment. Never consuming enough water. Keep your head high. Slam the door. Still may make a counter. You still have Deppa in there sometimes. You feel like you may be safe and can stop the threats. Sometimes you need to just consider the circumstances. It's still in progress. What's the other little setups? Nah. With that takeout. Yep. It's just the hint he didn't fight, so that's that. This virtually was nearly completely unwinnable. The position that the members in the Zeta division were. Small wait before what happens next. Starts once again. 7 seconds. Meal's more or less done, so. Speak as normal, as close to the mic as possible. It's rolling green once more. Well, at least in the commentary side. We'll need just a bit of extra time. Just keep this rolling until toward halftime, or at least near the very end of round 12. And that's what there'll be intentions. Is middle of 10th round, 1 minute 15 left. Still, well, just the one kill. And the 5v4 goes going in Team T1's favor at the moment. So it's mostly most players on the B side. But attackers they look like they're going to switch positions from B side to A side. Now, just leaving just one combatant just alone there. Well, it's switching the position from it. So the decision then, well, to get in with those members of the attacking side. Just entering into the B side now. Attack gets in the foray. Anticipation, and there's 2 kills from Meteor. Missed the fourth, the third kill. It's another chain of 4 kills, and from Meteor this time. But Buzz will snipe the final target. A perfect round. Without casualties, I mean. Well, it tightens a grip, well, where it may be a bit, well, it may be dangerous to push the way that they are. Still, the T1 team, 4 points ahead. There's 2 rounds still left on this first half. Gates opened once again. It's 92 seconds. Regulation. There's a small encounter from one of the gates there. As other members come off. There's 2 of those 3 combatants were picked. Which, excuse me, where the 2, 5 on 3 for the T1 team. It's very difficult to break out the wall, I feel. Still no telling. Attack hard. You don't have much to really go for. So these other individuals really just run their instinctive plays, just jet off. Be hypersensitive, but it doesn't always work. Another instance just up on here. Though, it isn't as straightforward as it is, that in Savannah limiting CLZ, meaning it's 1 on 2. Well, T1 2, and the one to play in Suka 0 is the last one in the Zeta division. Spike then planted by said player. Now, but yeah, it's that one versus 2. Pushing. A glimpse of that enemy and eliminates the combatants from the, well, that wall just, with a barrier to that, that other place. Another victory in the T1 team. It's, I think, 8 points to 3 now. So to prepare then for start of the next one. Forget as if you're, just want to then point out, I'm just going to be silent. Double check. Stress still in the arms. Set. I'll get it back in. Probably the final stint. Still just a bit of this food left. Admit, if your ego is the biggest house they hate, it blazes out. That pressure is still something you still need to just run. Gullibility. As well as ignorance. Quite powerful, well, other weapons. Once you play so many other kids on the game, you already know it's gonna fold. Yeah. Hey! We're gonna keep sitting and waiting yourself? Won't complain too much. Seems excited right now. Indeed. That's getting set. It's been a fair break before. I mean, really between that one and the other one. It'll be the last stint before that it's over. Before this stream's done. And you start again in, well, roughly 10 seconds away before it begins. Position set. Let's jump in. Double tick. Still checking out once in a while. Battles of these two teams. There's another for T1. It's 11 points to 3 points. Right after the... Wouldn't see a purpose. Even though I probably would say it isn't wise choice to keep rolling when it feels like it's inevitable what's going to unfold. You wouldn't think the other way. Back. Slow in that situation. Respawn now. Wait. Push through. Small. Still rolling. And another Semtex kill then. Push up. This feels like it's routine things I'm speaking of. Can't always have, maintain high dramatic feelings. No shot here. still tight though, really, with the two teams. Flurry of kills. It was only 10, but... We're just at the verge of seeing the conclusion of that match. The final result's about to arrive in that other game. Right there. It's done, and yes, there's victory, as well as that event being effectively done. You've done so rather emphatically, no point to lie about that. Just roll just a little longer. No matter what others say, I have actually seen enough. What I've seen there. Roll it. Close the thing. Later. It ain't rightly the end yet. Right. Briefly just move off. We'll take a little time. Wouldn't want to be then staying in that room for too long either. Set! Put the block up and then we'll move. Couple of other names I've previously. You. Stay that way. You're aware of the gist, you know what you have to do next. Well, still ambitious no matter what he's just done then. Still. I mean, supposing Gary would have put a Semtex just nearby. read, that's it. Well, with those moves, it was tough. Raise the wave! Getting too far away. At this point, it's relatively easy. Tough, yeah, still. Yeah, tough reading a few of these particular moves. Back to the past. Don't want to then lie to yourself. Many kids make a lot of mistakes. I mean, just give it another 2-3 extra seconds, I just would rip him. Unlike what others may think. Fall! Which is the next one? I know that. Another trident, true. Stay with it. Too far away. Get in this way. Yep. Couldn't really. Still couldn't be clean. Yeah, we're all on just that little longer, but it's tough now. It can still be sustained as... Yeah. There's small symptoms where it's beginning to lock a little more. Just position back this microphone. Yep, I'm set. Let's clear the mind a bit. Yep, set it right there. Push on. Back. Took that one. Yeah, a bit of thinking was required at that situation. Push. It's just a little frustrated just in that moment. Just keep this right. Don't really feel that rage is really within my body anymore. That's part of finished in, well, that was dominance. Well, in that fourth map. More dominant, actually, than what I was prepared. First to 25 now wins. Keep going. It matters where, potentially, it's time to take, well, greater risks. Still need to balance this. Sounds, well, not predictable, except it's... Spaghetti rolls and the times where if you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth. If you're a liar, you're a liar. Feels like that time of the year again, doesn't it? Sometimes it does. It really does. In a way, they were more dominant on the tail end. 75 all was where it was just a while ago. Never means that it means we can swarm back. Just isn't really making a result. Messy. Wanna forget about this final 60 seconds of action. Really, really. Past it. Yes, I don't really think I can actually maintain it. Too inaccurate. Anyway, this dude will call the last match right after this one. It's just all come and went just then. Still, an abnormal, well, real long endurance stream. Approaching 10 hours. Very nice. The way that ends. Difficult winning in situations like that. Where to then? We'll be passing 10 hours in a little while. Bleeding. Further disorientation. Crazy that it is a really grim situation. So what would it matter? Yeah, we'll hold it. Just seat. Take a seat. This won't really be as routine as you may suppose. Fire and forget. Deeper information. Dimension. In a sense, I'm trying to figure if it seems right that it'll end up that we play an arena to finish. And more than my share, really, as I think we both already know about. Just taking a seat and waiting. I mean, we're speaking cumulatively as... That's right. Shortly it'll be done. One last match. Pressing the wrist. I mean, pressuring the left arm is on the verge to being too numb to continue on. That's just a moment. Just fight into it. Two digital numbers. We'll be swinging right up to the end here. It'll be tough to figure who will come up on top. Denied. This instance. That's why. And another just close by here. Down here. Complicated, yeah, maybe so. Double take. Matters done though. It's a little uneasy. with all the waiting and is it just other sort of changes unfolding? It's easy to listen to liars. It can become controllable. It turns sometimes really into a talking point. Reading about the story of such oxymorons for a long while. You think I'm too desensitized by retardation? Right, well, proceed in any case. Rather just be trying to see some stability in a place that they just continue judging us as negative freaks, really. And another just goes by. Another Semtex kill. Never getting a clear line on that opponent once again. That's a few times actually. I was reading that in particular enemy. Well, there's never very many places really you could run. Some important lessons though. It's an MF. Still out of the inside. Be surrounded with the range of those relatively grim threats. We have learned the hard way. We aren't exactly just complete no bodies here. Strange when you're then just considering just how sometimes XDefiant itself is sometimes. I mean, the XDefiant service at this area. I mean, in these regions, sometimes it's barren. Very few players are waiting. Worse though when, of course, that upcoming Call of Duty Black Ops 6 comes. But for other viewers and other players. Being pushed even further away. Landed victory. It feels bittersweet. Starting no symptoms of an additional level of numbness in the left arm in particular. We'll start to blow them all up using blades around as they shoot. Just that one. And the last one up. That will be it. We'll be ending shortly. Conclude in a moment. Well, very shortly. That stream. It's approaching the end. You can actually really be aware what other stuff is up. I mean, you know, the baseball from earlier. It was a certain other matter that is important to address. And right there, I'll have to conclude right here, right now. I won't end it as yet. Different story of the thieves, though. Well, considering what is, well, the matters that all's come and went. It's as far as I intend, but still maybe a while until I really run back. I mean, it's nice sometimes to do some weekends, but as In many cases, I would probably sit and play some other stuff. Sure, I know I've done one small stream in relation of the Soika game from earlier. Whatever the case, still feel that it was important. I still did something for its 1 year anniversary since it was first actually out in the other regions outside of Japan and so on and so forth. It's just now the moment where the PC was shut that actual other PC down, and just let this roll for a while. But it'll be a while before I end. The matter, just as, there's many who never would even be, dedicating several hours even running this. So there's just this other little battle that I'm watching right now. Continue mashing things up, as if I'd ever stop doing this, doing that. To take some vitamins and minerals and so on. Well, still, I wouldn't be deeply fatigued as yet. Nearly 8 p.m. though. Yeah. It'll be still a while until I just would close the door. Still a few little levels of grim realities which unraveled just during this. It's very easy, really, to gloss over this, stuff going on in the war, but you sometimes just recognize that when both forces really have practically real evil inside, it becomes, routine for many, just, throwing, many of the usual junk. As far as even to try to be making a call for other teams, other members to be assassinated. It's just been a rough few years too, with just those egregious predators who've been feeding the rest of the developed world all this other dirt and some levels, some degrees of the mishandling of, societies after the SARS-CoV-2 situation. It still goes on now. It reminds me too. indifferent. That's how I feel, really, to the developments of that war. The situation, Middle East war, right? Yeah. Well, maybe a range of relatively meaningless stuff than I'm intended to say. Well, it's still funny, though. Most of the houses are surrounded with so much darkness. It's very complicated, even just to filter and pick what you feel is relatable to you. If push does come to shove, just mute everyone else. There's little to nothing else that I intend to be then pointing out. The stream will eventually end, sometime after. Real easy, really, just let things go. It's fine, though. I mean, a great deal of discomfort that I'm still experiencing just after. No, the matters in relation with the latest Dragon Ball game that come out. To some degree, I mean, it's messing me is mouth poison. It's just nothing ever straightforward anymore. How much worse can it get? One of the main reasons I've collected them for that game, I mean, the dubbed voices. How to fucking swallow how bad it really is. I mean, you just have to wake up. Alright then. Shortly I'll be off. One of the next, streams which the dude will be doing at this point will be another one of the Hololive Treasure Mountain streams. In fact, since it's not now, it'll be the next day where I'll run it. The dude doesn't anything goes shadowy. Doesn't. Find any real satisfaction to just stream. Many things can make other people become mentally disturbed and damaged individuals. Do you understand still why? You're still surrounded with so many dark fools around who they still don't get the meaning of life. They're just too retarded to fully get it. Probably one of them has, there's a few I don't even know. I just really couldn't care less. What I do know is it's very tough to maintain strength. Yeah, there's a greater deal of hostility. And if you still can't really run, maintain a strong leadership if you've been stuck with too many other individuals who've commit self-harm to themselves. Ditch them for a while. Let them recover. Though they may not have many places that they find happiness in. And it's complex just to then try to look for a house where these members really can find great comfort. But still feel they're able to still express freely without actually being abused by the other party. Sometimes it's a rough reality. To say, of course, it's all easy for one group of people. Maybe time that even you people need to start to observe. We are dogs of war. Albeit sentient, but whatever situation, it's very difficult, really, to rearrange some of the combination of both old memories and new memories. And other parts of the parts of the brain too. True, but remember that you still can't give up even if you do continue to stutter. Break away. Hard then to absorb the fears. Harder as well when you've already been consumed a little by fear from other sources and basically fighting during that influence still consuming into the body and mind. Be aware too that there are a range of situations others can drift too far away from their best, or at least what they consider is their average performance. But through these other games, it's a great deal just to persist with, well, to be aware that if you can improve, but if you can't, yes, it could be the point where maybe it is time to ditch one product and try to find another place where you might find comfort. And others may just abruptly just go off. There's enough menaces and other evil entities out who the main objective really is just to, trap these individuals and place fear in themselves, in them, and so on and so forth. Still, if you just keep them trapped, they're just left much more defenseless than you may suppose. Stuff that sometimes epitomizing some of the other points that is left unspoken. And in that recognition, if you still feel like you're still gonna be left to continue to lie to yourself, then keep going ahead and continue to do so. It'll take a long time just finding the light. It does not mean you need to ignore the extremes that unfold down on these other parts. It is unhealthy to keep the negative energies to yourself, to not speak to anyone around him. But when you can still consult, it still has risks that even speaking to such members, still you could still be stuck in the same place until there perhaps may be another solution just a little further up the road where you could try and find out if indeed the advice that gives, well, that individual some purpose, a possibility too. Starts taking command. The other realization, as I was up there trying to assist 12 in the recovery of those many years and just supporting him in, recovering from a near-death experience was special. At the same time, it doesn't feel like it's very common among streamers. A trauma and a scar in the inside, which never goes away. Way back in '08, our relationship was very hostile. As a matter of fact, I barely even talked. But in the around about 2013, 2014, 2015 period, really was where we began to really just establish further our identities. Do you really think we should be laying down here to just assume that we were? Intend to go back to that dark place, huh? Arrange the contents in this Gekido Beast's project, which will be also reflected to 12's own experiences. Note as well, there's numerous different remedies. There's many other places you really can't exactly speak out. But yet, fleeing could be one way to escape the dark places. Would it be aware, hence, well, there's a small group stream which are still running this XDefiant game as well. This is another match only just started only then. It's out of the scope of my own, other places to explain, the subject in general. We can argue this all night if we need to. It's just better just try to find a suitable conclusion and just close the stream, which is the intention. It's already done, as you know, in those two in the Island of Lifetime Multimedia Project streams that did in simulcasting. Yep. Via simulcasting in that situation. Uneasy I still feel about the potential future could be abruptly severed. I was hearing some theories, well, it possibly could end after 4 seasons. That's the way I read it. It's true, under 2 months away before the launch of season 3. What has to happen is just to continue, just to observe the numerous sort of other situations around the circles. It's difficult then to just then ask if indeed this grinding is still possible. There's been many instances at certain times of the week that is effectively nearly empty. It's really a crazy reality that sometimes sometimes it's very hard humanly accepting. You're probably in the same boat if you're one that actually plays XDefiant regularly like I do, or even some of the other arena shooters. The additional consequences too that unfold. Told the job losses too. You seen the byproduct showing itself at large. Yes. There are 2 serious issues actually at hand here. Job losses through both last year and this year at the gaming industry itself, and secondly, the video game strike by SAG, AFTRA, among others. corruption's way deeper than, well, I would really think. I've been down on the road with my little friend for so long, it's just beginning to really further manifest. It'll be even worse when projects such as Grand Theft Auto 6 and a few other other projects by Nintendo and so on. You shouldn't get me started either with the real spate, vast amount really of recent games that's just really uncomfortable. It feels like it's just following a specific trend of sorts. Yeah, just a range of other stuff. Stuff I already know that's been around through the whole history, even clone games and clone projects. There's something a little darker and some other matters that are at play that just feels like there's something different that's really just surrounding the different groups. But look, don't get any bad feelings too. Even though, yes, there might have been a break sitting and playing music. Given what I've recently had to just really work. Hundreds of thousands of separate layers. Up in the atmosphere, and those little things. An unreal sensation as it continues. To hypnotize the individuals, which just still hypnotized by it. The lack of freedom. It isn't only simply this. There did feel like some inclusivity in the past, to some extent. Yes, I know some of it is still around in here, but with the point that there's others just surrounding with a army of very abusive folks, no matter, real entities or virtual entities or other entities up there, and it's still really using a lot of sticks and stones and other specific forms of violence and so on. What it's doing is, it's really clearly dehumanized me to a degree. It's very easy falling into traps. Especially if you've been isolated for so long. Well, much of the stuff isn't what I would consider even worth really laughing about. Vain interests. You're still stuck at that same place. Look, it does take time just to at least recover your mind before that you feel prepared to really make that big push. not that many of us around, which are aware this is the only existence that we have. I don't really care one iota if anyone likes that reality or no. It is what it is. If you think otherwise, start checking the other houses. All I can say, it was nearly impossible to go back to my old self after a near-death experience. Been there once before. The stream will end shortly. The longer streams like these, well, sometimes it actually takes a real toll on the wrists and all the arms or whatever. You have the byproduct when you don't exercise enough. That stream is over, close it line. That usually would end with the streams. It will not happen tonight. Just say it like this. It's a combination of depression and unease. I've been feeling a greater sense of indifference since that escalation of the war in the Middle East, but many others are still deciding to still just follow whatever trend comes. Very easy to become the evil being. We'll end it in a moment. Just one last word of advice. You will not find many of us types around that have pride in continuously streaming in the works. And even worse, there's many who don't reveal their real selves. Me, I'm Aaron Woods. It was also from the Iron Life Tour project, and the basis mechanism separate from another entity. This is where I'll end it. Stream is over, we'll close it right here.